you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count. This is where the fun begins.
Strong men also cry.
Come on now!
The pounding.
Be careful not to choke on your aspirations.
Oh my god!
I can still hear my old hound dog barking.
Just thinking about it makes me want to cry.
Have you been smoking marijuana?
Doesn't caffeine just make you feel like you're not tired?
What is it? Pot. You know, marijuana.
Oh, that's nasty.
That is a disgusting act.
Okie dokie.
Gamers, happy Tuesday. It is good to see you guys. What's going on?
Welcome to the Gaming Lifestyle Lounge. I'm your host, America's #1 online video game personality, Ben the Parvinator Parvin, here at your service.
That's what I'm talking about.
How we doing, folks? Happy Tuesday. Jeez, I'm not usually streaming today. This is a little bit of a bonus stream. I thought this week I had a sneaking suspicion that I may get a chance to do some extra streams this week. Schedule's been a little bit wacky, and yeah, today I got the green light. It's just it took a while for the schedule to all fall into place, so I didn't know I'd be able to do it until, you know, just a little over an hour ago. So yeah, good to see you guys. Happy Tuesday. Here we are. We're doing side quests again. Lord help us. More side quests, right? Well, that's okay. More side quests equals more game. No complaining. You know?
That's what I'm talking about.
No complaining. Yeah, thanks, Tintoncito. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, feels good, man. Honestly, I haven't been as busy like this week and this next week. A couple things just it's not shaking out schedule-wise, and part of me is like, why am I not trying this at least full-time when I have the chance, you know? You know, something, I don't know, though. It's tough to stream all 5 days, but yeah. With that being said, I'd like to dedicate some time to making whatever streams I do a little better, you know? Yeah. That takes time not streaming to do that, you know? You got to take time away from it, but... Tintoncito said, found out the fog that came over Chicago was actually a dust bowl. Oh, yikes. Yeah, anybody out there in Chicago? I hadn't heard about that. I gotta look up Chicago dust storm. Oh, yep. Well, I just typed in Chicago dust and then storm 2025, storm 25, yeah. Rare Chicago dust storm. Jeez. You know, this is the kind of thing that can kick off, especially, you know, as climate change just gets worse and worse. And relevant to today's story, we're going to be talking about Fiona, a woman who pretty much dedicated her life, and I think it was her husband's dream originally, or the two of them dedicated their life to restoring this forest that had been destroyed during the war with the Mystics in this game. This is back in 600 AD, the Middle Ages. Yeah, there's a forest there that again got destroyed, totally wiped out in this war, and you know, our one of our folks volunteers their time and service. One of the members of our crew here in this game, and yeah, tries to, you know, dedicate their time to restoring that forest, and you get to kind of see the benefits of that a little bit later in the, well, thanks to time travel. Well, yeah, that's crazy, man. That's nuts. I'll have to see some video of that. I'm seeing a lot of just crazy, just the when I popped it into Google real quick, I was just seeing, you know, like pictures coming up from the news and stuff. Yeah, looks full on. That's a dust storm. Blanketed in dust storm. Jeez. So how rare are we talking here? I gotta look into this. I got a 52 miles per hour wind. Jeez Louise. You know, it's interesting to me, that whole geography is just so wild. Like, you know, I'm from the Southeast, and it's, you know, like I would of course I knew things about other states and would read and see them on TV, etc., but like sometimes regional geography can be, you know, like that's right, you know, you may not have a reason to know that for every region, or, you know, to know it on a sub-regional level as well, you know. But it's, I remember like being younger and seeing pictures of Chicago and being like, wait, what? Why is it on like an ocean or something? And then, you know, seeing pictures of other Great Lake cities and stuff, and just like just being just a really tiny kid and be like, I don't get it. Well, why is there like an ocean there? Why is there's like a beach? I don't understand. And yeah, those are the Great Lakes. Yeah, you know, you learn some, right?
Oh yes, we got it, baby.
You know, thankfully, I just caught that early. You know, I figured that out by you know, third or fourth year of college. You know, caught that one early. Could have been embarrassing otherwise, right? No, yeah, geography, it's fun. Good stuff. Lakes, beaches, ocean. I don't know. Yeah. I think the Midwest is probably like, that's got to be the region I have traveled the least to and know the least about. Sorry guys, it's it's nothing personal. I mean, I'm from the South. Like, if folks talk shit about the Midwest, they're probably do the same about the South too. Let's get into the game. Enough geography and geography non sequiturs. All right, let's hop into this. 252. That's a whole bunch of saves, but then again, I'll save a few times, especially if I'm streaming, until I forget to save. All right, so we were in this section here, the Giant's Claw. This is one of the last things we did, and we're working on side quests. We found this crumpled note here. These those holes. What if I jump into them on purpose? Yes. I'll start back at the beginning, and then I wasn't quite sure where to go with this. I couldn't remember how we finished this one out. We got in, and I think I was seeing some we were seeing like the Reptites lair. Again, they can all get in the chair here. Oh, I died in here, I think, at one point, didn't I? That's right. And then I gave it up. I think at some point I just got a little behind and I let our characters die. Well, I guess I could keep going a little bit longer this time, but I think I got to what I thought was a dead end, but... I think I need to let Chrono do his lightning, but only do it once. So I think, oh, Ruby on. Yeah, I think, okay, I don't want to do two of the shocks, because I think they'll, like, that big one will release the energy. There was a time when, you mentioned Chicago, and there was a time when I looked into, like I'm in high school, and I'm kind of thinking about where I want to go to college and stuff, and I'm starting to look into other, like would I want to go anywhere else in the country, and, or in the world, etc. Of course, a lot of that would have been a pipe dream, but I remember at a certain point, like, I don't know what it was that got me thinking about Chicago for a little bit. I can't remember if it was a friend or something, and you know how it is, like when you're in, especially if you're like if you don't have plans of your own and you're you're young and you're just kind of around other people, it's not necessarily that you're just going along, it's not that you're like letting everyone make every decision for you. It's more that you just don't have as much exposure to other stuff, and you haven't thought through many ideas. And it's like, so for instance, like I remember, just like when people were trying to think of what college to go to or something, or a few folks that went into the military, there was a bit of a groupthink kind of thing about it, or a bit of like, oh, well, this is my buddy, and like, that sounds like a good idea to me. I'll do that, like, if you didn't have your own kind of something that your own real drive, it's kind of easy to just kind of get, as we do as humans and as life goes, it's kind of easy to sort of just go with what's going on around you, or kind of take that on as like, yeah, you know what, I could do that, sure. And I remember, folks talking about where they would want to live if they could move anywhere. And Chicago came up at one point, and someone had mentioned that, like, oh, it was, they were kind of saying like, oh, it's got a lot of like big city stuff like New York, but it's, significantly cheaper, and, you could actually like, the cost of living is a lot lower and stuff. And I remember like, wow, okay, let me think about this, and like, yeah, I could do Chicago, I was attracted to that idea of like It's got the bones of a well-planned, you know, gridded out kind of city. I don't remember what's going on here with these buttons. It's got good transit, etc. You know, nice big old parks, and you know, like a good density and stuff. Ooh, a save point. But yeah, nothing's taken me anywhere close to the Midwest outside of, you know, kind of I went to Kansas City and also over into the, you know, state of Kansas side of things as well. I don't know what these buttons do. Yeah, okay, give us someone to fight. I bet the other one makes a hole. It probably just opens up the floor where those guys are standing. Oh, they're too far away to counterattack. The beasts are, I suppose. Interesting. Me and my partner started playing Final Fantasy VII recently, which was nice. I haven't played that one in a little while, and the last time I worked through it, something got me away from it at a certain point, and I didn't... Oh, what did he just give himself? I didn't mean to do that. I got away from it, just got a bit distracted or something. Nice. And, let me go hit this real quick. Singing the song. What was I talking about? Good music gets me distracted. Yeah, it just opens up the floor there. And then the little kitty just fell. So he talked about falling from someplace, so that's why I wanted to fall right there. That's probably... Yeah, okay. Leapers. Watch out for the leapers. Glad to get some extra streaming in today, because this game is, you know, I've been a bit bogged down here in Sidequests. A lot of that is just, you know, it's a bit intentional. I've tried to stay out of the walkthrough this time around, and I've played through the game before, but some of these side quests, I've forgotten that they get a little, you know, that they'll fall back a little bit on their sort of JRPG roots of requiring you to go and talk to NPCs and start to build some info about where you need to head to next. You know, there's just a little bit of a... Oh, now we're on this top row. Oh, we can't get that case, that box from here. And we also still have somewhere to go, like, north in that last room, so better check that out, too. Take out these apes. Nice. I could use a little better attacks with some MP sometimes too. I've been wanting a chance to kind of catch up on some of this stuff because, you know, not looking through the walkthroughs, and again, like I was saying, some of these side quests, you really have to get out there and talk to folks. it's you're putting together a little bit of a puzzle. And if you've got a walkthrough that just tells you go here at this, go to this time period, talk to this person, grab this, then head to that, you wouldn't believe how much faster it makes things go if you just kind of stay in the walkthrough the whole time. You may not realize how long some of those beats might take you to, some of those story beats might take you to stumble into at times. You're talking to the right people in the right order, it's things like that, and you might realize you might have a much slower playthrough. You get your head out of the guide. There we go.
Oh yes! Oh yes!
Love this music. A small current. Oh, letting out a little bit of that electricity, I guess. Frog squash, fun. Sounds like a nice one. Is that the big one with that hopping frog? Doodle doodle dun 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 doodle doodle dun 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 dee dun dun dun. There we go. There was something else to explore, like back in that last room, north. Let me just see where this takes us. Ooh, what a winding. Oh, we've been in this section before though, right? I remember seeing this, I think. And I thought it was possibly a dead end. I think that's what's going on. I guess I should get myself back to that room maybe and go north. Okay, oh, you got an entrance here. This looks promising. Let's go. I love Toriyama's art, man. I love the art on going down, obviously it's hard to do a sense of scale, but you would just imagine this fucker just taking up the whole cave, this whole structure pretty much filling almost to the roof, maybe even having to duck a bit, Sorry, I just sing this over and over again.
Oh wow! Wow!
You charming Ayla. Ruby armor, there we go. And that guy's got a bunch. Ouch. He's got a bunch of health. I should be using something that would... I think frog... Oh, frog squash is pretty sweet. I think this guy will be dead with like one more though. This big... Come on guys, get your shit together.
Oh my god!
These guys aren't too strong. Like that crit there, Ayla. Keep that up. The little dinos are all frozen. Frog, I need you to cure too. Please, cure yourself first. Cure yourself. And you can slurp Chrono. Nope, still left some HP there. Left some HP on the table. This one open up? Ah, see? I can still think of one place I need to go, though. Oh, okay. You know what? Before I do this, let me go back. This is going to take a little while, sadly, I think. That's funny. You can just send those guys running. I'm gonna go back a little bit because before I get carried away here, let me go back to something that was. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna have to do a few fights, but that's okay. Okay. Let's hit people with something that'll hit everybody. Ouch. Nice. I like that Frog is still he's very much a frog, you know. He is of course a great swordsman. He was once human, but I feel like with his technique and whatnot, he's embraced his frog body, you know. I really think he's... Oh shoot, take this guy out, something quick. There you go, Chrono. Yeah, I should have done this a little bit sooner, but I want to go back to that room and then head north. That move doesn't get a whole lot of play these days. Hey, Fossil Ape. Come on, let's take him out in fewer hits. Use attack. Ding dong, ding dong. Let's see, you can do something like cat attack. That's pretty sweet. Love Chrono with the counter attack as well. All right, it was here, I do believe, and it was north. Yeah. Oh, got a power tab. I haven't used any of those tabs yet. I gotta drop some tabs on these characters.
Oh, wow!
All right.
Give me a hell yeah!
You characters want to drop some tabs? I don't know. I've got a whole bunch of them. Powered, magic, speed. Of course, you never know what you're actually getting. You know, this is just what the guy who tossed this down on the ground might have called it, you know. Left a sparkling tab. That Zeal, whatever guy back in Zeal, you know, was... Oh, hello. Trigger that fight. Let's do it. Do the tailspin.
Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, yes!
That's what I'm talking about.
This is the way. This is the way. This is the way.
Yeah, DJ the song a little bit. DJ Parvinator. The house. One more power tab. Kind of missed all this stuff earlier, huh? Missed this little shelf here. One full ether. Sweet. You know, it'd be half worth it. I was just, I don't know, the word ether. I was like, oh, you know, funny word, of course. Any word is strange if you just say it to yourself over and over again, but it had me thinking about like, just now I had the thought of, you know, with Final Fantasy, there's some fun names. There's a lot of like mythological creatures and stuff, and I remember talking to you guys about like how as a kid with Final Fantasy and other games, it was a great vehicle to learn to like, you know, like a kicking off point to learn about a lot of, whether it's world geography, culture, history, mythology, things like that. It's you know, it can just be a great thing to just kind of fire up a young mind and get them hopefully looking more into that thing. And it had me thinking about this with Final Fantasy. There's some pretty difficult names, and I would just like to hear like some streamers like butcher some of these names. I want to hear some of the worst, you know, pronunciations of like character names, or I don't know, just it's so many people streaming these games, you know, that, you know, there's a whole bunch of, I don't know, really strange ones, or, you know, with games, sometimes it's just funny because like you may play especially if the game doesn't have any voiceover in it, you know, you may never know until you talk to another human being how a word is supposed to be pronounced if you haven't encountered it. Sometimes the Japanese, if there's an original Japanese like enunciation or character, maybe that can help you, but sometimes they'll just change those names. A lot of the character names in this game are different. There's a couple of kind of interesting changes too, like oh yeah, that's like the dead end. Like they had some name, something more basic for Marl, and I'm not remembering what it is now. Wait, I think I am supposed to like take these guys out. I know I just came back from here, but take him out. Fossil ape. There you go. Team's still looking okay. Let's get a heal going real quick. I think I was supposed to go in the hole that's just... Let me see something real quick. The way they'll just pick up a character and throw them. Take him out. There you go. Want to see more crits? There you go, guys. Chrono leveling up. Okay, yeah, sorry, it's down. And then I guess you do. Oh, you know what? I missed this down rope here last time for half a second. Yeah, I don't want to go up there. I want to go down here. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Running down the ladder real darn fast. Okay, these guys here I think can be avoided. They're cute as heck though. I like seeing the little green fire glowing on their face too. Is this an effect that happens as anybody gets close? Oh, excuse me. Actually, I don't know that that's any kind of glowing effect there. Maybe just their sprites. Gotta they live it. What am I actually seeing here? Not that I can see very well. These are prescription. These sunglasses are prescription. So glad I got them back. Must be some way into Dino Mouth over here. I don't know what's up with that. Can't hit A next to it. I don't see any buttons. Maybe you come at it from the other side or something. There could be a tile that needs to be stepped on. Oh, hello. Alright, I'll fight you guys. You know what? It's interesting. You know, anytime in a game like this where you're so used to hearing some of the same themes maybe over and over again, right? It is interesting when they mix that up, and right now you're not getting the battle theme. They're just keeping this rockin' Reptite song rolling. Shit. Some big hits on these guys. Let's see. Spin cut doesn't use too much MP, huh? And you get a pretty powerful hit out of it. Alright. We're getting some leveling up in, that's nice. Gotta make sure a character, some character doesn't make it past 50 though, so we can still fight and beat Specchio. I like these lanterns too, made out of the big dinosaur legs. Fossilized leg, I don't know. The bones. Not quite fossilized, I don't know. Hey, so we got an ape over here, an ape over there. Oh, that's funny. You can just hit the button and fight him. Will he bring some buddies? Yeah, okay. Let's get some experience. I want to fight you. There we go, yeah. Well, how do I get together? Oh, that only hit one? That's some bullshit. Y'all know it. What attack did you do, frog? A small current. Get him. Kill the dino. Oh, he's moving now. The leaper's leaping. Ding dong 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 dong. Down, down, down. 1 second, guys. Sorry.
I don't know what else it could be.
Let's do it. Let's go. If I hit this button, I think the floor opens. Maybe you gotta fall. Gotta fall here. Down on one of these sides. Perhaps not. Oh, I see the doors there, duh. I think I noticed those earlier, but forgotten. Okay, door on the right. Let's fight these little guys. I think they're worth a lot of... Oh, just fighting the one. That's actually pretty good, because yeah, they lock your techs and items. Although I wonder if Chrono will be locked. Let's see. There you go. At one point, these guys were like a... It was on Mount Woe or something, I think it was. But the rubble here was a really good for... There you go, guys. Whoops. Nice. Taking them out with a single hit at this point. Do. I like that.
You don't want to hurt the boy, Harvey.
I do. We just came out that door. But there's a whole other side we can explore, too. Oh, hey, look at this. Item. Oh, a switch. God. They fooled us. They dropped me into this little dungeon. And this place is pretty big. This closes the door, huh? Anything hidden away in here? Oh. I see a save point I'm probably gonna save. Yes, I think I should save. I love the doors too, in the, like, rib cage here. Oh, that sounds pretty intense, doesn't it? Sounds like something you would want to have a save point right there for. Maybe we made it to the end, like where we're supposed to with that fall. I just kind of want to see, does this take us up to the other side of the... Cool, it's got a power tab. I'm just curious, there was that one part where there's the two apes and we went right instead of going left. It dropped us into here. Probably a similar outcome, maybe just drop here. But what's in that room, if anything? I wonder if there's a quick way to find out. Wait. Where was that boss? It was through here, wasn't it? Oh, this is how you get in through... Okay, cool. Alright. I know where we are. We'll go right here. Okay, we've got Ape Man here. I'm an ape man, I'm an ape man. Let's fight you guys. You little lizardactyls. Yo, Chrono, you're out of MP. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Oh, I didn't mean to do Dino Tail. Come on, that's not gonna do anything. Frog, help us out here. Hit him with the frog splash. I love this, the way this move looks too. Nice. Well, okay, in just a bit we'll be fighting a boss then. That means that we just walk south of where we are now. That I think that's going to be a room that it'll be another similar thing where maybe we drop down to the jail, I think. Down to the little holding cell they've got. Maybe not, huh? Different. Frenzy Band. Is that like a automatic attack or something? Who can wear the Frenzy Band? 80% counterattack rate. Lee Vest is bad. Counterattack rate 50% versus... Right. You should have that or Ayla, like either would be good. Guess you could both have them. What does the charm band do? Is it just increases the chances of, or like, do you get better items when you steal? I don't remember the deal. What is the rage? Hold on. Oh yeah, rage band was the 50% counterattack. That's pretty sweet. I don't know about against a boss. Slasher 2. Coming to theaters this summer. Slasher 2. Blood runs cold. Aussie pants. I got me Aussie pants. It just makes you go crazy, you know. Blue mail. You know what we might need? I might need some fire protection here in just a bit. Let's see. I don't want to fight you guys anymore. Right. You got anything that hits multiple people? Oh, just attack. It's taking forever. Frog, you know what? Go ahead and hit him with the frog squash. We're about to be using a shelter.
Who are you guys?
I'm glad you guys are here. Thanks again for hanging, and happy Tuesday. A little bit of a bonus stream. I don't usually stream today, but my schedule's kind of wacky this week, and I knew that I may have a chance to stream today, but it didn't all fall into place until, like, you know, close to 4 o'clock my time. Oh, yep, goodbye. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. Yep, this is the one you hit the egg and 4 drops out. Yeah. Then, in here, you come out and you've got a save point. Wait. Save point was like back one. That's right. Yeah. All right. Actually, let's hit the let's hit the shelter. Maybe change the equipment. Okay, let's see. I'm wondering if this if this is a big fire guy we're coming up against, this dino. If that's the case, it'd be pretty cool to do some absorption. Absorb those fire hits for some of these folks, or you know, cut the fire. That's a really strong. I mean, we can use the ruby armor for everybody, I guess. Somebody could even have I guess I could even try the one that's 50% of fire hits, absorbs 50%, meaning you'd get some of that back, but I don't know, then you drop his physical defense quite a bit. So maybe this thing has some other attacks. I don't know. Let's get into it and see what's up. Magic defense plus 12. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he needs. I will get her that charm top. I don't know, like, let me see what the charm top does. Like, I wonder if it gets you, like, a higher, you know, tier of items for when it comes to stealing. Like, how exactly does this work? I typed in charm top and I forgot that that's an actual thing. I gotta add Chrono Trigger into it. Otherwise, we're shopping for charm tops. I gotta go shopping for charm tops. Jeez, this stuff looks great. All right, give me 1 second. Charm top, Chrono Trigger. I'll leave the other tab up in case I decide to do any, you know, make any purchasing decisions. Known as the alluring top. I guess for the Super NES version? Is that what I'm seeing here? This is that's funny. What a funny thing. So known as the charm top, and then they called it the alluring top in the I believe in the DS version. Increases success rate. Okay. It boosts the success rate. Well, it's nice to be able to steal like first time, which she's been doing with that charm top. Whatever. She'll be okay, I think. If we need some other we'll save. If we wipe out, we'll go from there. I think I heard something. Some large beast. That sound is gnarly. Oh yeah, look at this guy. We're gonna want some fire protection for sure. I think we've got it. Is ruby armor. Hello. What a nice little lizard. Hi, lizard.
Let me ask you a question.
What are you doing down here?
My style is like the reaction from too much acid, never come down.
I like the sniffing. Wow, this is a very Toriyama drawing too. You can just sort of see it, or at least the source work, you know. Again, just imagine this thing is filling up most of the, you know, most of this cavern, and it's probably even having to squat a bit just to keep its head down, you know. Think Dragon Quest. Let's go. Wow, you're able to get right up on it too, as long as maybe you don't touch it. I can smell its breath from here. She's like, nope, I can't do it. That's funny. Of course, they're not going to let you run past it. Huh? That's funny. Got caught running beside it. Let's do it. The Rust Tyranno. Let's go, Tyrannosaurus. You need to steal. Shit. You need to steal. What are you doing? Charm. There you go. I'm gonna try lightning. That's funny. Chrono is responding to the roar there. He's like counterattacking to that, isn't he? Whoops. Hey, Metroid, welcome. We're so triggered right now. How are you, buddy? Yeah, we're fighting the Rust Tyranno right now. No relation to Darth Tyrannus, apparently. I guess you could be using Luminaire. I've been lazy with that. Yeah, glad to hear you're doing okay. Yeah, I'm enjoying those Oblivion streams you've been doing. It's fun. Oh, cool. Oh, very cool. What did you get, Metroid? Yeah, man. Yeah, thanks for putting them on. Okay, well, maybe I should... What else can we do to this fella? Falcon hit sounds fun. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I'm familiar with those. Okay, you'll have to let me know how you like it. Very cool. I bought, I have an RG Cube XX that I got, like last fall. Or, you know, I guess, yeah, maybe sometime... When was that? Yeah, maybe like October, November, something like that. And, yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far. Yeah, I'm liking it. It's nice. I think we're gonna need a heal very soon. That'll keep you busy. Yeah. Yeah, have fun. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, same here. That was my first. It's, you know, it's interesting because I guess it's funny because when I'm sure you've been through this as well, but like just starting to learn about it, and it was like there were already so many devices and some of the companies having so many variations of similar like chipset and oh, well, frog. Note to self, that one's not doing hardly anything. Yeah, I'm sure it's a good place to start. And yeah, portability, like it's something that feels good to just pull out and play, I think is really important as well. So yeah, I think yeah. I think my Cube XX is it's in a funny place with that, where like I still kind of want to baby it a little bit, you know, but man, it feels great just having it ergonomically, like it feels really nice. It's funny because I saw someone else describe it this way, and in no way does it feel like you're holding a GameCube controller, but it's a similar feeling of it fitting in, like just like fitting in your hands, right? And it has contours on the back that kind of just feel really good, honestly. And I've yeah, I really enjoy it, but I was saying it's kind of in that where, you know, it wasn't crazy expensive. I did, when I bought it, I went and got like a little case and stuff for it too, but I do still want to baby it a little bit, you know, and so I see the benefit of also having something that it would be a little more, plus it's portable, but I would say not like put in your pocket and walk around with it. The Cube XX, it's, you know, that can be done with bigger pockets, but it's still like it's got the sort of, it juts out a bit, you know, with those ergonomic, with the back to it and stuff. So it's put in a case and put in a bag, portable, but it's not like having your pocket and, oh, I'm at the train station waiting for a few minutes, let me just pull it out right now and play real quick, you know. It's just a little extra step of, yeah, you're probably going to want to have it in a case or something. I could see people, you know, I also like tend to sometimes baby that stuff, and I could see someone being more lackadaisical with it, you know, and probably being fine, but yeah. Yeah, I think you know, like depending on what it's for, I think that there's a little something to consider with it, just being quick in and out of the pocket like that and portable. And it's something I considered, but I think considering that I've mostly played it at home, it hasn't been an issue, you know. So yeah. And it was pretty sweet. I've played it on the bus a time or two. You know, it wasn't bad, just especially on a longer bus ride. You know, I have it in its little case and... Yeah, right. Totally, yeah. I know, yeah, those, yeah, and some of that stuff just gets bigger and bigger, you know. And I don't really like playing the Switch in portable mode. I don't think it just, it feels like I'm holding a big slate, you know, a big hulking. I hope she was able to charm. I didn't even check to see if she successfully got that charm in. I don't particularly like it. You know, it's big and it's heavy, and the ratios feel kind of weird for portable. You know, like yeah. Well, I'd love to hear from you, you know, once you've got a little more time on it and stuff, what you're thinking, because if I ever bought something else, I would pick up something on the cheaper end for what I was saying, for it to just be a little more portable, you know. I'll get that Cube XX. I think I have it over here. Give me 1 second. I hope we were able to steal something there, but I don't know if I saw it go through. I think we tried. I don't know. I guess maybe item? Well, it'd be at the bottom, I guess, or it would be, oh, not necessarily. This is kind of... hasn't been organized in a little while, though. Maybe we got white mail out of it. Well, darn. You know what? White mail, load vest. It does. Cube XX can do. It's like up to PlayStation 1. PlayStation 1 plays quite well on it. Some 64, but not everything. And like some Dreamcast, you know, PSP. I think that's where it maxes out, like DS. It is with the cube shape of the screen. You do have enough real estate to pull off some DS games that don't require touch functionality, and that's like, there's actually, especially like when it comes to some RPGs, you know, and some of the other games, you don't actually have to do any touching. You know, yeah. It's the 64. There's a few 64 games on there, but I had read that like a lot of those aren't going to run at a proper speed. I know 64 emulation's kind of crazy anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me grab it. 1 second. Yeah. I just got a little generic case. Just fits in here like this. Yeah. They put a couple of 64 games on this one. I think Wave Race was on there, and yeah, it looked interesting. But yeah, here's the. So it's got this like it's got a square ratio screen, and it's funny because I usually play it on like the lowest brightness out of like maybe 5 settings or something, and it's still like so bright. And I have a Game Boy SP that I honestly like. This thing feels fun, like easy to just carry around and stuff, but its screen is so dim. It's like a first generation SP. But yeah, it's a pretty good size. And I'll kind of get it in a little bit. You can see like a menu button on the, you know, on your right side there. And then on the left side, like start select. You've got these sticks here, which I always wondered if they would be in the way when I would see layouts like this, and it's not. I don't ever find myself like going for the D-pad and hitting the stick accidentally, you know, which is something I was wondering. But These are like RGB too. I usually have them turned off, but the sticks have the little, you know, glowing backgrounds. You can play around with the colors and stuff and make it surge and whatnot. All your LED fun. And then, yeah, see the D-pad there. The D-pad feels sweet. It feels pretty good. Like it reminds me a lot of like a Genesis D-pad. And here's just to kind of see the little contours. You can see that pretty well, right? That looks like it's coming through okay. Let me go here real quick. Forgot about this, sorry. But yeah, you've got the pops out just a little bit. It really does. I'm holding it backwards. It really does just, you know, fit pretty well. And yeah, it's contoured too. These the L, it's got R1, R2, L1, R2, like these, or L2. These feel good and are kind of contoured, a lot like a GameCube controller. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, man. Yeah. Yeah, I don't use much that uses a stick. I'm not playing much at this point that would use a stick, but I do. There are some PS1 games I'd like to get to at some point, so probably, you know, I could see it being maybe a little more useful then. It's interesting because this is you know, it's this ratio is not great for everything. Sorry, let me get this strap here. You know, it's like being the square ratio. It's not going to be perfect for everything, but there's a trick with Super NES and NES where you do like integer scaling and, you know, you kind of like do an overscan and cut off some of the side pixels, and you end up with like a really good, for this ratio, like a really super clear picture. It looks great on the screen. So yeah, NES, Super NES. The Game Boy stuff looks awesome. Game Boy Color. Game Boy Advance gets a little, you know, you're dealing with a little more in terms of like, just because it was wider. So you get a little bit of a smaller picture. But GBA, yeah, I've been playing. I was surprised too, like, because I had heard that was one of the worst, you know, one of the ones where it's like, hey, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be pretty small playing a GBA or... But the screen itself is big enough to make that, you know, even when you have to put the big black bars up, it's not as, yeah. It still looks a lot bigger than my Game Boy Advance, for instance, you know? So yeah, that's cool, man. I've heard good things about those. Yeah, you have to let me know how you like it. And yeah. The ratios, yeah, like it's really good for NES and Super NES with that integer... what have you I was talking about, but yeah. Oh yeah, it took a little fiddling with, you know, like I had to do a little bit of setup, and there was an issue with the SNES emulators at first that I kind of had to work through it, but yeah. Dude, the micro is just crazy small. I was seeing something recently where, you know, Nintendo was doing a press conference on it, and I had forgotten how small that sucker is. Yeah. Welcome, Kevin. Hope you're doing good, buddy. Yeah, I like this thing. I got all... It's funny, my hands feel all greasy right now, but I... I was all trying to... I didn't mean to touch the screen. Not that it's that big of a deal, but I totally just grabbed on the wrong side. And... All right. Yeah. You know, that's the thing with this GBA. Like, I like it... Two issues though. It's quite a small screen, and this is pretty dim. You know, it's pretty dim. Hey, camera. Let's see if we can get the camera in the reflection. Hey! There we go. That's me. Some meta. All right, gotta catch them all. It's dim. Sadly, it's very dim. And then that's it with the backlight off. Which... I think there's times when I forget that the original Game Boy Advance didn't even have a backlight. Even though I had one. It is. Yeah, it's well, it's the it's whatever the bad one is, which it was at 001. I only just recently learned about the differences between the models. Yeah, I've got 001. 001. I think that's the bad one. I hear good things about those, Kevin. Someone here was recommending one. I think Tux Can Play has one, I think. Or at least had really looked into it. Oh, yeah. Well, this thing, that's interesting. Yeah, so this is 001. I do get a lot of, like, what do you call it? I forget the term, but when you're seeing the light come out of the sides. Light bleeding or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of Star Wars and crystal bleeding, you know. It does feel good, Metroid, yeah. And you know what? A super popular, you might have seen it when you were looking into your Mio Mini, but a really popular one just came out. A couple of companies did a GBA shell. I think Anbernick was one of the ones, but they did the original like GBA form factor and very much just like the GBA shell of those original Game Boy Advances, and that was like really that was like selling really well. I think I must have got some of these things. They'll get huge on TikTok. That sometimes one of these specific devices will just get really big. And what's up, Nick? Welcome, Tater. Welcome, guys. Come on in. Come on in. Good to see you. Often use the. Oh wait. I think I just banned Metroid Hatchling. I didn't. Okay. What happened? My mouse got a little. I don't know what happened, but I was going to click and my mouse got a little fucked up. I was like clicking both sides of it or something, and I think I just blocked Metroid. Jeez Louise. How do you do like an unban? Shit, I think it was in this, I'm sorry. I think it was in this, like restream as well. I've got that pulled up. Maybe I'll see what I can do. Everything's hit me all at once. Got a hair in my mouth. I just banned a user who was actively hanging out, being really cool in the chat, you know? I can't see his messages. I'm sorry. Yeah. What the heck? I see you on this screen. I'm sorry. Jeez Louise. Metroid Hatchling. Is that gonna work? I just said it without a. I think you have to. This is awful. I think you have to do the little slash, don't you? Yeah. I'm gonna try to get it. Okay, give me 1 second. Let's go into restream. I'm so sorry, Metroid Hatchling. What the heck? Let me get to my restream. Well, guys, I'm about to go on a break. I might just have to figure it out then. How about that? I'm sorry. My bad, Metroid. Sorry. Tater, welcome, buddy. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah. Nick said I've actually done an accidental timeout before. Changed my control scheme since then. Yeah, this was just... It was weird. The mouse got kind of hung up. It was very strange. I certainly like didn't see the words unban come up and then or ban or whatever, but it's a quick thing. Yeah, right. No, honestly, Kevin, I don't get many crazies around here, thankfully. Well, guys, let me get that break, I guess. Let me see if I can get Metroid Hatchling out of jail. I would understand, Metroid Hatchling, if you were just impatient. You're like, I'm out of here, man. These guys won't even let me participate. But, yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to take that break. Thank you so much for hanging. When we get back, we'll pick it up where we left off with some side quests. Got a couple quests on the side. Glad you guys can join. Don't usually stream on Tuesdays. So, we need to get this game done. All right, BRB, guys. See you soon.
going on, man?
Yo, gamers, good to see you. Happy Tuesday. Welcome. We're here doing some side quests. Chrono Trigger, 1995. But really, you know, time, it's just I don't know, it's just a concept, right? What is time? Wibbly wobbly. I don't know, I was never like a big Doctor Who guy. I've probably seen like 3 episodes or something. Nothing against it, it just a whole lot of shows out there, you know? I can't be in, I tried, you know, my cousin was into all the cool stuff. He was watching all the smart British stuff before I ever knew it existed. And I'll never catch up, buddy. You know your stuff. My ultimate video game rival. And like the only person, I think he was like the only person I've really, haven't had a whole lot of like Doctor Who fans. Maybe it's just that since I don't know much about it, people around me can't connect about it. Who knows? But yeah, I feel like I haven't exactly been surrounded by that fandom. You know, who knows? Well, like, most people know about it, I think. Yeah, there's been and it doesn't matter. This is unimportant. Unlike this game. Dude, I'm really sweaty right now. Jeez Louise. Maybe I should open up a window. Let's do that. It's hot. Good boy. Sweating it out. All right, I would like to appear now. That'd be nice. Do.
What's going on, man?
Okay, here we are. Yeah, sorry about that, Metroid Hatchling. If you missed it just before the break, I banned a chatter. We'd all just had enough of Metroid Hatchling. Enough! People were blowing up the DMs, just like, hey man, it's like, can you really do something about that guy? It's just... Hey Francisco, welcome! How you doing, buddy? Happy Tuesday. You know, it's tough when you're getting the DMs that someone's a problem, you know? It's certainly not the case for Metroid Hatchling, though. Yeah. All right, we got a rainbow shell. Kevin said it's been raining here, so humid as hell. Sweating is inevitable. You know, hopefully you got a good rain kicking off. Nothing too crazy. Rainbow shell up here. I need to check on the parents. I think, supposed to be some bad weather coming through, like, the last 48 hours. A lot of storms pass through, I don't know, like Midwest into the Southeast and stuff, and... yeah. Look at this rainbow shell. Damn, look at this thing. Hello.
Double rainbow. Oh my god. It's a double rainbow all the way.
Behold the rainbow shell. Pretty. You know what? I have to admit, I didn't remember what was at the end of this particular side quest here, so awesome. Pretty. Big. This rainbow shell can eat? She's so excited. That's a lot for her there. That's a lot of questions. What? Heavy it be. Let's seek the king's counsel.
He's got a hot hand.
It's heavy as shit. Let's seek the king's counsel. We're not gonna get it out of here. We're gonna need something to tow this thing out of here. Oh, interesting. A little fade to black there as your party runs away. Interesting. So the last couple, there's something, again, just worth noting here in a game, any of these games where you're so often hearing like a battle theme, and then you get to a part of the game where they just play something else through the battles. You don't get the like fanfare and all that stuff. I think, I don't know, that's always worth paying attention to, because, you know, usually, unless they've just miscoded it, it's, you know, there's a choice being made. And yeah, they're the, like, having us, like, instead of just having to go all the way back through that dungeon, which, you know, I guess, what if you wanted I guess if you were like, oh, let me just get this rainbow shell, and then I'll come back and get some of the stuff we missed. You might not want to see this right now, but yeah, they did an interesting little fade to black, and I can't think of another time in the game when you're playing and they fade that out to another scene. You know, you're seeing your characters move, yeah. Interesting, yeah. Hello, you're always welcome here. What can I do for you? You guys know where to find any jerky? We ask it the favor. We ask it the favor, Ribbit. I get it. You want me to keep that huge shell safe here into the next century, right?
Introducing Magic Mushroom, the long-lasting air freshener from Airway.
I ask for the sake of Ayla. Please carry out their request. Done. I shall obtain the... Hey, happy wife, happy life. Done. I shall obtain the shell and store it in the castle as a national treasure. Knight Captain. Yes, Majesty. And he walks up. You hear clink, clink. He's quick with it, too. He's like down on the knee quick. Chrono even kind of like, oh, shit. Kind of guy sort of sneaks up on him a little bit. Yes, Majesty. Go and obtain the rainbow shell and bring it back in one piece. Hey, knights, figure it out. Engineer this shit. At once, sire. Thanks. I love that our team was able to just leave and be like, hey, let's go get the king to help us. What are we doing? Fade it to black. Get us to the king right now. Thanks to thee from one thanks to thee from one so humble. Herb. Done. All right, thanks, buddy. Good thing we have a way to travel through time. Frog, thanks again. You deserve the title knight. Waste not such precious words on me, Ribbit. My heart is glad. Thank you, my liege. I love the thrones, too. Yeah, we got a little bit of this last night. Everyone just heaping praise on Frog. Hey, buddy, give me some jerky. Yes. Where can we find the ingredients to this jerky, please? I love Frog. Yeah. Oh, shit. Kevin, I'm just now seeing your message about hail and stuff. Wow. Sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. That's crazy. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I think over the course of even just over the course of my lifetime, like, it's the, like, I've seen people talk about, like, you know, the band through the country that, of course, was known as, like, Tornado Alley, and how that over time has shifted and grown as well, you know, and to encompass, like, a lot of portions of the southeast that put in the direct line of very severe storms. Just way more people as the, you know, as these cities grow. And yeah, it's you know, it's intense. One thing that's different is, like, I know so many people now that have storm shelters and stuff back home. Like, it's a much more common thing than it was when I was growing up. They were there, they were out there for sure, like, they existed. Sometimes, you know, some of them were really old, of course, but it's becoming like a kind of just like more common also to just be built into something new, you know, or it's yeah, more of a consideration. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, hope everything was okay. Didn't get much damage or anything. But yeah, that's it sounds crazy when it starts to hail too. And yeah, I've never had hail that size. Maybe once or twice. But yeah. I remember one time my sister's car got it pretty good. She got dented like really good, just parked outside her house.
Rocket, man.
And then another time someone like, you know, threw eggs at her car and threw a bunch of straw on top too, you know, so not related to climate change or, you know, natural weather. That was the natural patterns of teenage shitheads. Yeah, it was a nasty affair. It was not a nice thing to do. And it, of course, like, you know, screwed the paint up stuff and, like on a really hot day and stuff. And right, they tossed a bunch of pine needles. A bunch of pine needles on top. We had a bunch of pine trees. And yeah, I grabbed up a bunch of those and like tossed it on top of it. You know? I don't know like at what point they did it, but I mentioned the sun, but it might have been like an overnight thing, but you know, still not seen for the first couple hours, you know. And, yeah, it was pretty gnarly. It was like, you know, I hadn't thought about that in a very long time, actually. I think it was just yeah, I don't know. I think it was just some like some high school crap, you know. Everybody's happily ever after at this point, you know. Eggs and bologna. Damn, we're just making a breakfast sandwich on somebody's car.
Rocket, man.
What do you guys like for a breakfast sandwich? What are you into? This is important to me. I've been having a lot of breakfast sandwiches recently. Most of them look about the same. I found these like plant-based egg patties that are made. I am trying to remember who makes it actually. I have to shoot, but it's like folded like an egg patty on a breakfast sandwich or something. And I've been using those with like a little tofurkey ham on a bagel. Little sliced tomato up, and then using this like spicy sauce on the top part of the bagel. This stuff called bitchin sauce, really good. It's like a spicy. It seems like it's a I think it's like kind of a maybe like chickpea and you know other kind of like nut blend creamy sauce, like mixed with some like hot peppers and stuff and. Yeah, almonds. Yeah. Yeah, there's almonds. Yeah, there's definitely like yeah, we've made some really good like nut creams and stuff. There's no great way to say it. You just got to get it over with. But yeah. Yes, and it says bitchin on it. Yeah, the bitchin. Yeah, bitchin sauce. It's great stuff. I think it's somewhat of a regional thing, but I'm not sure. I don't know how. Maybe that's a big region. That we're not, you know, we're buying it at a major retailer, so I imagine it's got some distribution. It's in a few places, but yeah, it's good. So I love a good nut cheese, nut cream. You know, there's no bones about it, and no bones in it. Do.
We all can grow and we all can learn.
I don't know that I've had the Chipotle one, but I'm going lately. I've had the one with had the green one lately. It's funny, I'm just like green and orange because I don't know, it's it's more of a sensory thing at this point, just reaching into the fridge. But yeah, there's one that's got a more of a oh shoot, I've just got streamer brain, but more of a I don't know. I dig the green one too. I can't do this. Breakfast sandwiches. Well, I didn't know what I got myself into. I'm putting that on the top, putting some bitchin' sauce on the you know, top part of the bagel. Bottom part of the bagel, plant-based mayo. You know. And then if I'm really feeling froggy, toss some of this like stuff I have. What is it? What's it like? What's it called? Shit, I always forget the name. Anyway, it's like this like. Let me go get that stuff. One second. This is important. What a great screen here, huh? Welcome to the Dark Ages. Here it is. Here it is. All right. Imitation dried pork. All right. When you hear those words, I don't know what you think. It's all green screened out. It's a green bottle. It is really good. I forget the pork floss. Pork floss is the name. I only just learned about this stuff recently, let alone that there's a like a plant-based version of it, but this one is seaweed flavor, but it's like, I guess it's like dried pork, you know. It's a pretty popular flavor in some corners of the world, you know. But yeah, if you weren't having the vegan version, it would be like this crispy, dried out, not dried out, but like almost a crispy jerky, but like tiny little. Think I got to put this in terms an American can understand. Think bacon bits, but even finer, you know. Pork floss, right? Really just getting in there with that pork floss. Yeah, it's an interesting name, right? But this stuff is so good, and once you start putting it on stuff, you'll never stop. And I put just a tiny bit of this on the bottom bagel there, you know. Cheese, ham, melted cheese on top of the ham, the egg, and a little tomato in there too. I don't know if I mentioned that. You gotta have the tomato. This is the ideal breakfast sandwich for me. Like if I have all the components, you know, and time, that's where I'm taking it. So it's just aren't we already in? Oh, I guess we went to the future. Oh, this is, yeah, different Dark Ages, yeah. 600 AD is not the Dark Ages. All right, let's go there instead. Yeah, I want to hear your breakfast sandwich, you know. Kevin said a cheap breakfast sandwich from the 7-Eleven deli. Yeah, man. Put them in the air fryer. Yeah. You know, it takes them up a level. The air fryer. Tater said an English muffin, a runny yolk. Yeah, a good runny yolk. Yeah, I hear you on that, man. That's tasty. You can use whatever bread is left to sop that up.
Introducing.
Yeah, that's good.
Give me a hell yeah!
I need the pork roll, egg, and cheese sound effect. I don't have that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I think I stole from the Tyranno, although I'm not sure what that thing has. The Rust Tyranno. That thing was a beast, was it not? Let's see. Let's shine a light on this. I want to look that up real quick because I just want to make sure we stole something from it. That was not the hardest fight for us, especially with that ruby armor, huh? That's what you need, I guess. What can you steal? What can you charm? A red plate. I don't know what it's called. A red mail in the SNES. Okay. I think we already had one of those. I think we're good then. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, two. Well, we already had a couple, I guess. All right. All good. I was thinking we might do Fiona's side quest. I don't know. Because I guess... What do we have now? We're going to go to the future and get the rainbow shell? I guess that's maybe the next step. Should I finish that loop? Alright, crashing back down into the game. Damn.
He was special.
Alright, we crashed. We crashed our ship. This is the Fiona side quest. This forest was destroyed in a great war. The war against the mystics. I guess depending on your POV. The war against the... the war against the terrible kingdom of Guardia. Anyway, it destroyed this magnificent forest, and Fiona here wants to restore that. I think we gotta kill the monsters. I went down there really early, like I think before we even did the stuff like the Ocean Palace, and I got us wiped a time or two, so I was like, okay, this is kind of hard. We can come back to it. Mystic seedling could revive the forest, but I can't plant it. Too many hungry monsters lurking about. The monsters in the desert cave hate water, but I can't defeat them by myself. Alright, well. Oh shit. Should I get these things or wait till a future? I think I should have waited. Well, I just saved, I think, eh? Yeah. I don't know if they'll still be here in the future. I don't know that this house is. I think perhaps it's gone. I don't know. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. So, I don't think I'll do that one yet. Let's go to the future. What's up with the rainbow shell? I think we're going to have some, I feel like it's not going to be that easy. I can't remember what comes up next, but at some point, doesn't the Chancellor make another play? Or, I don't know. Let's see. He said they would keep it here, huh? King Guardias, of course. They say the king sold off the royal treasures. Oh, okay. All right, well, I guess we want to get Ayla for this one, huh? Yikes. The next big trial. These guys are really... They've been giving the people a lot of trials lately. All right, let's throw... It's always nice having Ayla. I don't know what's coming. I just kind of want to have Marl in for the dialogue, so... Yeah, he's a... Yeah, who would expect, right? Yeah, no, there's a... Isn't he... In this game, is it the Chancellor? Now I'm doubting, but yeah.
We will not go quietly into the night.
It's funny, I was looking for my Star Wars stuff, and I'm like, where is it? I should have that nearby.
The Force will be with you, always.
I used something to start the stream, and now I can't find it. Well, oh well.
Gamers have classically short attention spans.
Hey, you know, like I said, I'll never forget my dad just laughing so hard as, you know, in the climactic scene there. Wouldn't want to spoil it for anyone, but, you know, it's worth telling the story. But when that selfless sacrifice, and you see his plane going up, you know, hi boys, I'm back. And my dad, you know, he was going through a lot at that time in his life, and I watched that man double over in laughter, and as I watched, you know, the big ship go down, and that was nice. Especially since I'd had some traumatic moments prior to that in that movie. That was a fucking ride. I think it's so funny thinking about being a kid and just being in these seats with these huge screens. How, you know, and I remember just like, that movie was a crazy rush. And I was really scared during some moments. Like when they first started attacking, I was, and it's so silly, but you know, as a kid, you're just open to all that. And I just remember it being, it was a lot. A couple of those scenes, it was like, I didn't know how to process it, you know? Seeing that one, I think for whatever reason, that one, I've mentioned this a few times, but that one plane get hit. And it's like people are like running. It's like it hits the fireball hits the front of the fuselage or the front of the alien attack or whatever. And then it just like sends this like fireball all the way through the cabin, and you even see these guys like get up to run away, and I just remember, and then they like whoosh, you just see them get roasted. And I just remember kind of being like, oh no, yeah, oh no, yeah. Don't know what to think about this. Yeah, it was a ride. It was a crazy ride. Yeah, it is the blockbuster. Really, it is interesting. Like it's those movies. So many of those are really just meant to be seen in theaters, and maybe that's part. Of course, that's part of what makes it feel even better. You know, but they're also made with that. You know, with that in mind, that anything else is going to be cropped to fit a screen, you know. So screw it, we're making this for the theater experience. And you know, and the like those big pairings with like and like there being this arms race of trying to get better and better surround sound and stuff, and sound in movies. It was, you know, you're benefiting from that, you know, when you go to see something like a Star Wars. And like I said the other day when I saw episode 3, they put it out for like a week or 2 weeks or something, and it was just, I hadn't seen it. I'd probably seen it in a couple years, and you know, I love these movies and see them every now, you know, go through them every now and then. But it's funny because like that one I hadn't seen in a little while, and just seeing it in theaters, first time seeing one of their movies in theaters in a while, and it was just like, you know, okay, this is it, you know, from the beginning. And just that I was just grinning like an idiot, and I was, you know, this big, huge fucking screen, you know, it's right there. The sound is loud but dialed in, you know, and it was, yeah, it was a fun experience. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wish I would have seen. They did the episode 1 re-release, right? And I just let that get past me. I think I had heard about it a couple months prior, and then it just, you know, I didn't put it in my calendar or anything, and I maybe just didn't. Yeah, I let it get past me, or I was traveling or something and didn't see it when I had the chance. And so, yeah, it was, I can't remember. But yeah, that's too bad. I would have liked to have seen that. I like episode 1 a lot. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun seeing Revenge of the Sith. I guess we're gonna get the trial of the century here. Let me do something real quick to see Marl, how she's looking. Everybody, I mean, everybody's pretty strong at this point. You know, Tater, earlier, sorry, you mentioned that you were saying that Independence Day didn't take itself too seriously. Absolutely, man. I think, you know, it's funny because even in that movie, I think, like I said, I would have those really scary moments, but the comedic relief was welcome, you know? It was a mercy. And also, like, watching it back now, I get it different, you know, there's of course, as an adult, I'm a little more emotionally shut off at this point, so, you know, the movie doesn't quite hit the same highs as... No, it's just, you know, it's just different. I can watch it a bit through the looking glass. King ordered that the court be locked until the trial's over, okay? How are we gonna get in here? 4D. Oh, well, I had something like that, Kevin, at the Sphere. I've not had this 4D experience, but yeah. Gosh, I'm trying to remember what Bill Kreutzmann said about it. It was such funny, or no, it was Mickey Hart said some. God, it was some really funny. I'll have to 1 second. I went to see 2 shows at the Sphere last year, and it was in Las Vegas, and it was nuts. It was crazy. It was pricey, but like it's unlike any show I've been to, and there was a portion in it when they activated the like bone conducting part of like your seat it just had this built-in rumble pack, you know. For those retro gamers out there, you got me on that. Basically, imagine a seat, but with the rumble pack you can't see. It's built into a super comfortable seat, and it's all around you, including up and around, you know, to the front of your body, and certainly supporting the undercarriage. And they at points will use that, not always, but at points for emphasis, they will start to put like various parts of the bass frequencies like through your seat, and it's the craziest thing. It was so funny. It had everybody just like, whoa, whoa, because it was just this, it was the trippiest part of the show, and like, you know, they're doing this song called Drums in Space, so it's like it's like a 15-minute thing of, you know, various percussion, then mixed in with maybe some like a hypnotic house beat or something, yeah, not really house, but like some kind of trance beat or something. But then he started playing, one of the guys started playing this huge instrument that he has. This is Mickey Hart, and he's got this really long stringed instrument that he calls the beam, and it's like it's like a sort of lays, it's huge, it has to be sort of held up, but it's got like a whole bunch of really thick strings that he can play and just also go through, and it's like into a bunch of pedals and stuff, so it's, you know, it's just a crazy like sort of harp effect, but again through, you know, just totally unrecognizable and insane through like all the pedals and the way that, you know, he's using loops and stuff. And yeah, it was cool when they started pumping that through. Everyone in the whole place was like, well, it was funny to just hear like everybody being like, what the fuck? It's just, you know, like dumbfounded. It was so funny. That was my closest to 4D. But yeah. I think I was seeing that available at this theater for some of the other movies. What? That's funny. Yeah. This felt like a good massage at times, but yeah, the punching in the back, it can be done not so well. I could see that being bad. I don't know if we're gonna get in here. I could see that being not so fun, yeah. And you're right about the pod racing scene, too, Metroid Hatchling, yeah. It's, yeah, definitely made for the theater. You know, it's funny because I, like, being a kid, I think the whole movie I was just kind of dumbfounded by seeing it the first time, and, you know, hey, that means that he did his job, or it was the best, you know, it was the best kind of like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? Even though through the hype and stuff, I knew a lot of the characters' names and whatnot, and just remember being so excited. And then, yeah, it's, I remember my uncle, he had talked about the movie, and, like, I remember 2 or 3 times him talking to someone about the movie. And the thing that he was hung up on about was the pod racing scene. And it's funny because he was, like, big into, you know, he's a big gearhead, and, like, had his, like, he had a car that he used to race and stuff, and was still fixing up cars and working on them, in, you know, in his free time, and at that point as a career. And it was funny because he really enjoyed the pod racing stuff. And I remember just being with my cousin around the time of that movie coming out, and, like, being kind of with my uncle, and, like, him mentioning to a few people, like, oh, it was just great, like, hearing the, you know, like, each one of them had their own engines, you know, just, like, hearing him do all the sounds. And he was like, oh, it was fun, like, it was really exciting in the theaters, you know. Yeah, it was funny because he had that reaction, and I think meanwhile my dad was a little more like, I think wanted something a little more like gritty sci-fi, you know, and so that was funny because of course I'm loving this stuff, and there was a bit of that generational divide between me and him on Star Wars. We're playing it out. Uh-oh. I see some Naga-ettes down there, some snakes. This is the treasury. No entry permitted. I don't know, buddy. This doesn't look so... Can we go... Go down to the kitchen? Man, they're watching these folks so closely, huh? Geez, I ain't gonna poison the Chancellor. Damn it. It's Palpatine. It is Palpatine. Yeah, 3D. I saw Avatar in 3D. James Cameron, not Airbender, and it was good. That was probably a good movie to see in that, but I don't know. Yeah. It felt like there were some decisions made for it, and it wasn't just, you know, some of them it's just like you just get like an extra layer popping out for some things, and it's not done well. This one had some thought to it, you know, like with, I remember being impressed when the displays came up, and also when, you know, of course in the like mushroom forest segment. Yeah, you know, yeah, Tintoncito, and some of that stuff, absolutely, yeah, some of that stuff, yeah, games would really benefit from it at a point when, like, maybe the visuals weren't quite there yet, or would still, you know, like in our eyes, for what we have today, still had like a little ways to go. I feel like the sound has always been, you know, a bit ahead there. And seeing like playing a 64 title or a PlayStation 1 thing and seeing Dolby pop up sometimes in a, you know, a little preview at the beginning or something. it's cool that that was a consideration. Yeah, totally. It is Metroid, yeah. I think that's why it's funny because I do think that, you know, when it comes to the 64, there's a lot of folks who it's just like too ugly, you know, I don't know. I get it, you know, GameCube and up just does look so so much nicer, and you know, they were able to figure it out. It had a lot more room to work with, and the whole field had moved to 3D, or most of it at that point, you know. So, of course, things are getting really good, but I think that one of the things that isn't talked about that much about the 64 and PS1 is like, yeah, just how far ahead they were in terms of sound. And some games on 64 were really impressive too. Banjo-Kazooie being such a musical game in so many ways. Sound effects are making noises, walking around as Kazooie. You know, it's good stuff, man. I don't know where we're supposed to go here. I don't know if it's in order that the court be locked until the trial's over. Help me out, guys. Where are the royal treasures? In order that the court be locked until the trial's over. This guy was saying about some stairs. Same thing on the left. But weren't there some stairs over there? Well, we went over here. This guy does not want to be swayed. And I just want to talk about sound all day. Alright. Let's try the left side. We went down to the basement, I do believe, or maybe everything was blocked. Sorry, lady. Sorry these guys are breathing down your back, and I'm part of the problem now. Jeez. The king ordered that the court be locked. Yep, you guys can't help me, huh? Jeez. Okay. Doesn't seem like anybody here is going to do anything, and if we leave, that doesn't do anything. Interesting. Where's the back door? Weren't we supposed to bring some jerky to for this guy? Like, is that where we're at with the storyline? I don't understand. Maybe I should just go down into Fiona's thing, because I'm at a bit. I don't really know what's up with this next story beat. So maybe we just go to 600 AD and it started dialing again at the end. So hopefully I hit 600 AD. It was dialing out. Okay, good. I don't know what I'm to do. Oh, we should fight Specchio soon. You got a few folks. You know, you just need to have your lead character. So I think he's like a different entity and has different items and stuff per, you know, like 10 level increments. So when I get to level 50 here, if Ayla is the one leading our party and she's level 50, then he's going to be a different form than he would be currently. So it just comes down to who leads your party, I read. Which is nice. Well, she's not going to be fighting against... Let me do that. Let me go fight Specchio. Shoot, I want to jump right into something real quick. Jump right into a battle. Get me butt kicked. Let's do it. Sorry, Fiona. We're heading to the end of time. I like sprites. Frog's sprite right here. It's just... just, you know, concentrated, looking forward. You know, he's probably like... I mean, most of these characters, of course, this machine would just... Oh, God. But I think Frog, I could see him being a little sheepish about it, you know? It's a lot for a guy from 600 to take in. Conversely, Ayla is just like all about it, probably, you know, and just, you know, it's just like, that's a chrome dactyl for her. And she just has that kind of spirit, you know. I could see him being like afraid of heights. An amazing swordsman, you know, but maybe a bit sheepish at times. Of course, we know his backstory too, with like I guess Cyrus calling him a marshmallow. His friend, his kind of big buddy, sort of protector growing up. Marshmallow. I wonder what it is in the Japanese. Or is there a different phrase used in the DS version besides marshmallow? Well, we're gonna fight the big purple boy. Here we go. I love this.
The Parvinator.
Hey, punkhead, where you been? Hi, looking for some practice? Yes. All right. Probably gonna get my booty kicked. That is not good. I'm confused as... Oh, you know what? Let's see, shoot. It's already getting away from me. Guys, you gotta do magic goo. Gonna need a heal. Probably not gonna get it off. Yeah. Alright, maybe I can get a chance if I actually stop attacking. That was a little out of anxiety to get... Didn't mean to get an extra hit in to make a Chrono attack there, but let's see. Eventually, maybe I'll do some damage. That's a counterattack from him.
Beautiful blue skies and golden sunshine.
I wonder if I can do... Well, Frog Squash is an HP thing? I didn't realize that. I bet, can we... I think we can use these double texts that use magic? Careful. Bring. Shh. I hope she survives that. I want here too. Damn! Whoops, Well, that's gonna be that. It sounds... I could get that vibe, Kevin. Totally. Well, this isn't gonna happen. We'll get another chance, though. Get him, Frog. Awesome.
Everyone, have a great day.
You're dead, Frog. Well, Specchio is the god of war, so... Oh, I don't want to fight you again. Jeez. Alright, let's, Okay, we're good. Thankfully, back to normal here. Let's try it again. Tintocito said I don't like how tiny his legs are. Yeah, this is a pretty funny Toriyama one here. I guess this guy skipped leg day, huh? Yikes. I like the horns. The horns are a nice touch. See, you know, the thing about this guy is if you don't like his form, just wait until you get to the next, you know... at each, 10 levels, he's a different form. So if you don't like it, I guess you just got to get good, and then maybe you'll like his next form. He goes through some pretty grotesque ones. And I'm a fan, honestly. I like it.
Oh my god!
I'm looking for some practice. I should probably use a different crew. That's not good. We're off to an awful start. I also don't need Chrono doing this counterattack against Specchio. That's not helping. Bing bong. Oh. She might be dead. Do do do. Do do. Yeah. Oh, totally, Kevin. That's a fun one. I beat it on Game Gear. Beat that one on Game Gear, but yeah, it's hard. I love the spirit there, Chrono. Gonna try to stay on top of this one a little bit more. Wow, awful. Surely he can do some other move against old Specchio here.
Oh my god!
She needs to cure herself. That's a good... Yeah, that was the last game you rented. Man, I would have no idea. I wish I knew. Jet Set Radio, there was, whatever the sequel was, I played that one on Dreamcast for a little bit, I think, or maybe... No, it was on Xbox. I want to say it, came with, Oh shit, who's dead? What happened? Marl is dead, but she's still standing. Guess they don't collapse here in Specchio's world. Is that the case? I don't know. Shit. Everyone's dead. Why is he still... Yeah, okay, well, Frog's the only one left. Okay, good stuff. I got my butt kicked by Specchio. For a second, I thought Frog was gonna, seppuku or something. I'm not you might want to think about it. He's honestly, he could have done a little reviving by now, but someone else would have died, I think. They would have died on the next turn. Oh. I remember I didn't make it all the way through that. I think it was Jet Grind Radio, maybe the second one or something. I thought it looked cool. I bought an Xbox at the very end of the life of the system, and I remember actually at the time being like, oh, this is great. Part of it was like this, the like Grand Theft Auto trilogy had come out and Xboxes were really cheap, and I think like they were doing this special on that game, or that game had come out and I was able to get an Xbox for like super cheap. And was also just using it for like some media, you know, like putting some music and stuff on it, and that Grand Theft Auto trilogy allowed you to like it was like you know, it was the 3D trilogy, or well, I don't know what they called it at the time. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, it's GTA 3, San Andreas, and or rather Vice City and San Andreas. Yeah, it was a multi-pack thing, and it came out I think for PC and then also on Xbox. I remember being into that, and you could actually take whatever music you had saved to your Xbox and use that to like, you know, play when you're in GTA, you know, driving around and stuff, and that'll be your music if you want it to be. You could like switch over to that. It was pretty sweet, a cool feature. As much as I love the radio stations and, you know, GTA. Nice to get a little variety sometimes, too. Alright, this isn't working, so honestly, I don't think Frog... he needs to learn some better water, just like pure water moves. Maybe someone like Luca would be good. They're interesting, Kevin, and I feel like that style has already, I mean, for years now, already like sort of come back around. You know, I think that it would be well appreciated. Like it, you know, it's just that very like anime, you know, a bit of skate, a bit of the like, you know, of course, like graffiti, you know, I don't know. That's I feel like some of that is like just as popular as ever, you know, like that aesthetic. I think it especially with the, you know, I could see my like I could see like my niece being really into that or something, like if there was a remake of that or something. Yeah, it's fun. They were fun. I was thinking about some of those games, PlayStation and PlayStation 2. I haven't had one of those systems in a while, and I still have the discs, but I can't play the stuff. Ding 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 ding. Maybe she needs this, something like a wall ring. And I'm gonna get this frenzy band off him. Give him, yeah, maybe a magic up. Yeah. Do 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 do. Let's do this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's been doing chaos. Okay, let's see. Let's do a sight cap. Do we have another one of those? We do. Okay. Who else should come in? Magus is going to learn some really cool stuff. He's just not quite there yet. So maybe Luca? Shit, who's I working on? Yeah, sight cap is pretty sick. We'll do that. Yeah, it prevents chaos. I think I'll go, oh, Twisted Metal, yeah. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I remember I didn't play a whole lot of Twisted Metal, but I would go over to my buddy's house, and the multiplayer was so fun. And whatever that clown character was, that imagery will just be seared in my mind for the rest of my life.
Boom!
Do 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 do. You know what? Frog's out. I think Frog is out, and we're putting the Lukester in. Put on a sight cap, would you? Put on a sight cap. Okay, and why don't you... Well, having HP would be okay. Is that going to work on Specchio? I don't know. Oh. Wait, if everyone has a sight cap... What other things does he do for... Sorry, almost done. I'll just set this up. Magic defense plus 10. Let's do that. Alright, Luca goes in. Thanks, Luca. I'm gonna get on that. Sweet tooth, yes. Good old demented clown. Sweet tooth. Isn't that that's it, right? That sounds right. Yeah. Wow, that's funny. You know, they were doing when I went up to the Game Awards a couple years ago. They were doing they were advertising this Twisted Metal show that I think I've also seen maybe when I fire up the PS4. You know, let's see one of the advertisements for that show up in the banner, but I don't know. It's a it was funny just seeing that ad there, and you know, you've got the Game Awards. Just down the block is this huge Call of Duty ad that takes up a big part of a building. They've done several different Call of Duty, for lack of a better word, ad campaigns, you know, on the side of that building. Many paths lay open to you. You may use that bucket. If you're feeling sick, you may use that bucket, or fly the wings of time to the day of Lavos. It's up to you to decide how to die. Old sweet tooth. And we still have so many of these to do. And I gotta get the, I don't know what's up with... We have started a lot of these side quests, huh? And I will say this, when you don't have your head in the strat guide, like if you're not looking up a walkthrough, this part of the game is interesting because it's reminding me of Dragon Quest. I'm still working through DQ3. I'm right at the end of it. And, you know, that game, you figure out everything comes to you through these little puzzle pieces by way of just talking to every NPC and trying to explore every corner of the map. And I feel like it's interesting because I think maybe in the past, especially once I'd beaten the game the first time, I think at a certain point I'm like, maybe looking, you know, doing some of these side quests by just pulling it up in a guide, and it's like, go here, talk to this person, then go here. And like I was saying earlier, I think, wow, I'm kind of realizing like how much that, you know, how different that part is, or how much that speeds it through, you know. But yeah. Hey, welcome, Mad Dog. Welcome. It's Chrono time. Oh yeah, it's time. It's time.
Wake up, Link.
Welcome, Hubra. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah. We're, I'm trying to work out against this guy here, Specchio. See what we can do. I don't know if I can beat him just yet, but this is not an important fight at this point, you know. I can always come back later, but Oh shit, I meant to put in, what's her name? Let's go, Luca, thank you. Luca for Frog. It would help to have someone that can heal everyone, although Marl with Cure 2 on a single person is still pretty good. I just got Final Fantasy VII going for the first time in a couple of years, and this is my wife's first time through it, and we're still very much pretty early in the story. We're still in Midgar. That's one of those words, and until I played Final Fantasy Remake, I don't know that I knew it was Midgar. Still gets that one's hard to say sometimes. All right, so let's beat Specchio. Let's give it a shot. Well, yeah, she's enjoying it though. Just got it rolling. I've played through it. I've probably beaten it all the way through 3 times, maybe. First time playing it back in, a long time ago, back in middle school. A couple of years after, around a year or two after it would have come out. Luminaire, pretty sweet. Oh, she doesn't have a sight. I didn't give... Oh, did I get rid of her amulet? I must have. I was like, why is she confused? She needs the sight cap. Marl does. Can I do napalm? I don't think that'll work. Oh, just doesn't do much. Oh, this is not looking great. Oh, where's the lapis? Wow. Chrono's dead. Whoops. This is going terribly. Oh well. Let's see. Wait, what happened? Give this to... Okay. Can we get... I gotta get a Chrono up and running. Oh, wow. I didn't get them set up like I wanted to. There was still something else. That's doing a lot, too. The shadow damage, huh? I don't think I'd be able to revive anybody at this point. She's got flair. Well, okay. I think I could do... I'm just not playing it that well, and there was one more thing I meant to fix. We gotta give... I'll be in business if I give Marl something that doesn't confuse her at the beginning. That just really threw things off. Do. So delightful. The song, a delightful title for a song, and just a delightful Specchio. What a descriptive and apt name, you know? Come on. You need... Oh, I guess we're... What was it? The sight cap might be out of those. You need an amulet then. Who's got the amulet? I am really confused. I do not know. I need the amulet. Yeah, there we go. And she's got sight cap. Wall ring is a good one, right? That's like a... Defense plus 10, wow. Pretty sweet. Or I think we have like an offensive magic one here. Let's see, what was he wearing? The magic ring. Magic plus 6, that's funny. Go towards defense? Maybe, people are getting knocked out pretty quick. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's such a great game. And I think what helped me was putting some distance between these playthroughs. Of course, you know, you never get a second chance at a first, well, I guess you could always start the playthrough over, but, you know, once you've gone through it, you don't get a second chance at a first playthrough. But I've noticed that giving this game a little, well, you know, time has helped. A little bit of time in between playthroughs. It had actually been 12 years since I'd last played it. I got some notification that was like a Google Photos of me and my partner playing it way back then, and I totally forgot. I didn't think it had been that long. It was her first and only time through the game, and we were playing it on the Wii, actually, through the Virtual Console. It was one of the few games I downloaded for the Virtual Console. Okay, I think I'm ready. And yeah, it was, I think putting that time in between has helped a little bit because, you know, it's you're in an interesting place because I still remember a lot of the game. And when I get into certain parts, especially after a little bit, my memory will get fired. Okay, you know, I remember what this is. Okay. Or I think I remember something from this, but I'll be, you know, a lot of it has still surprised me, and not knowing the game by every beat, having not really listened much to the music in that time, I think it was interesting to come back to it with, you know, and it does, you don't have to wait 12 years, you know, but I think that has sort of helped some games hit harder, and then it feels... Yeah, it's interesting because although maybe the game hasn't changed, I feel that I'm coming to it as a different person if there's been a couple of years in between. And that's worked for me for some of my favorite games that I might have gotten burned out at some points, you know. Totally, yeah. The music's great. I will say that, you know, as it often does, the music really stuck in my head over the years. A lot of the music was still familiar, and some tracks, even if I hadn't heard it, some of the deeper cuts in a long time, once they started, it was like, oh yeah, every note was coming to mind. You know? Definitely one of the most memorable parts of the game, you know. Yeah, I hear you, Metroid. Yeah, I wanted to play a game for the first time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I think it's interesting to play the games that way, you know, and it helps with burnout, and it just practically, you know, then you can shuffle in other games and stuff, and you know. Gonna need to get some folks cured quickly. I don't want this to get away from me, so let me get my little break in. Refreshing. The distant future. But yeah, I'm enjoying this playthrough of FF7, and I have played Final Fantasy VII Remake since... Luminaire didn't do that much. I've played FF7 Remake since I played... my last playthrough of the original, so there's kind of an interesting greater appreciation there for the original, having played the remake, and I still haven't played part 2. I don't have a PS5.
Time to wait too long, to wait too long, to wait too long.
I hope she survives that. Scapa-doo, scapa-doo. Oh, this is... I have Marl healing, but Chrono needs it. Healing herself, but Chrono really needs it too. It is so interesting how you can come back to that game, you know? That cartridge, that disc that's sitting there unchanged. That ROM file, whatever. And yeah, you can come back to it and get something really different out of it. Wow, it just had Chrono... That's an instant kill attack, isn't it? Okay. Luca needs some help.
Time has come. Did you lip sync? For your life.
Yeah, totally Metroid. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Luca needed some help. They're like that. And I mean, you know, you watch your characters develop and they're so story-based that, yeah, you know, the way that it can move you and again, you can come to appreciate different parts of it. It's both replayability and it just is, as a literary text, it's fun, you know. It makes you want to read it again, you know. Okay, I'm in a... The Aussie's in a pickle here. Luca really needs some help. Shoot. I might actually make it out of this. Let me see. Totally, yeah. Okay, running low on MP, huh? Alright, well, Marl, you just stay as our healer, please. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging, talking about these old games. It's funny because I play so much in the way of retro stuff that... And this will sound kind of strange, but I don't know if you guys ever have those moments where you're like, oh yeah, like, not everybody's into these anymore. And I had mentioned that, you know, having like a couple of, like, just like, you know, some friends and stuff who, you know, may have like these old systems and stuff at one point meant a whole lot to everybody. But it's interesting because, of course, for many folks, they're at this point many years sold or maybe had to downsize, get rid of a bunch of stuff, you know, and, you know, it's interesting because for so many, it's just like, I do forget that for many people, many people my age, it is a memory. They might have modern ways to play it, like through a Switch or something, but although there's still a lot of these retro systems around, it is just becoming, you know, of course it's becoming an increasingly rare thing. And I do have those moments where I kind of forget that because I've, you know, the last several years gotten way back into it and, you know, rebuilding library of some of the stuff I played as a tiny kid, you know. I'm in a little bit of trouble here. Shit. Okay, Luca's dead. Gave Chrono an elixir. Just decided to do that, but... we can do a life too. We may have a chance here. Let's see. $300 for the Chrono Trigger loose cart. Yeah, it's so crazy. Yeah, it is a very expensive hobby, you know, and the cheapest you can do is like getting the console and then, you know, some sort of like a, you know, flash card, EverDrive kind of situation for some of those cartridge-based systems. And then even then you're buying controllers, you know, you got to have a way to hook it up. Do you have a CRT? I don't. There are solutions for hooking it up to these modern TVs. And unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of those solutions, you're going to get what you pay for until you there are cheaper solutions that work pretty great, and then there's also a bunch that don't work that well at all, or you know. So yeah, it's yeah, when you're looking at you know some of those games you would never be able to play unless you're just super loaded, you know. But even doing those like kind of cheapest setups could still be pricey. Got it. Delta Force. Learned a triple tech named Delta Force. Oh, that's right. You get to see the 3 like magic, respective, you know, magic types. That's a fun attack. Grrr. That was the most embarrassing. I think you also get to see some cool, you know, pyramids and triangles flying around on the screen. Totally. Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to me that there is so much stuff dedicated to buying the stuff too. And I think some of that is just how popular IRL YouTube and streaming is. And that sort of influencer side of things, you know, but it is interesting to me, like how popular that side of things is. And some of that is because it's expensive as hell. So of course, you know, I can on one side I can see the appeal of watching someone go throw a bunch of money around, but it's so funny. I'll see these like titles on YouTube, but I don't usually click on this stuff. Every now and then I'll find some of the like collecting and buying ones, but I'll see some that's like, I bought every NES game, and it'll just like have, you know, like a $sign that's on fire or something, and like, you know. And it's just like, oh, let's watch this video of like, so we going and dropping a ton of money. And, you know, some of that stuff I can take, but I can only stomach so much. I just think the greater point there of it, the fact that all that stuff is quite popular. I think, you know, of course, there's a level of, yeah, that's the fantasy, right? You know, just having unlimited money to go buy every Nintendo 64 game or something. Don't make a habit of this. Here, this is for you. We got the Specchio Graceful set. Okay, here we go. It includes a good little mix of tabs here. We got a magic, a speed, and a power. And 10 elixirs. Heck yeah. I am the master of war. Whew. Sometimes I scare myself. I like to think he's also like, he's doing a little shadow boxing. As you open the door, you're hearing like, he's in there doing the toriyama, like super fast. Shadow boxing. You know, in Chrono Trigger, and I think with that little anime they give you in the PS1 version, some of these enemies, they're doing the like thing where they, you know, they disappear, they go really fast or whatever, apparate behind the character they're trying to fight. You know, that thing, I don't know, whatever it is. He's light, you know. Float like a butterfly. Sting like a Specchio. That's the dream. Floating like a butterfly, stinging like a Specchio. Before I forget, I watched this. I watched this short, like retrospective on Star Wars Dark Forces. And it was in that one, he joked a couple times about how the main character, how strong his punch is, and he was walking up to a couple of Imperial officers and stormtroopers and stuff, and just like doing the punch, and they go flying, you know. Like so just imagine Kyle Katarn's uppercutting. Let's get a nice shot in. Boom. All right, I'm catching up with the chat. Now, Oh, totally. Yeah. You mentioned the never gonna give you up. Absolutely. That was like a first time. I think after playing the first time I played the game, I don't know how familiar I was with Never Gonna Give You Up, and it hadn't hit meme status at that point. I'll put it that way. It was just an old song at that point, but it was around, and I do remember hearing it as a kid sometimes. Oh yeah, totally. Once that song got popular again, it was funny. Yeah, totally. The next playthrough afterwards, I was instantly hearing it. I love it. I love Robo's little dance that he does, too. And it fits that. So it's so fun. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Those RPGs, what's funny, Metroid, is like, I have a couple of Super NES cards. I have FF's, Final Fantasy, labeled as FF2 and FF3. And when I bought those were pricey. I also have Super Mario RPG, and I would have gotten those in like this. All of those would have been bought probably, around the year like 2000, 2001, something like that. I would say they're bought by that point, and I think even by that time, it was. And of course, those games were pricey too. Like a lot of RPGs like had a higher sticker price than other games. So the resale value on those was much better. Not $1,000, but like it is now, or whatever. But even then, it was a little bit pricey. But God, at that point, they're so much cheaper. Dun, dun. Yeah, it's interesting because I'm catching up now totally with the chat, but I was talking to Binary Man the other day because he only owns the Japanese version of Chrono Trigger, and he was like, oh, I'll play it if you guys will help, and I was just kind of thinking like, dude, that sounds really tough. I don't think I could, And I was like, I really hope you can get your hands on on an English version of this game, or who knows? Perhaps some pirates could help with that situation. The distant future. No. My buddy let me borrow this game a long time ago. I'm gonna get a break in just a second. I think I should play just a little bit more, but I can't do. I feel like it shouldn't be this late. I don't understand. You know what? Let me do a short break. I'm gonna come back and play just a little bit more. We just beat Specchio. This would probably be a good place to call it, but I kind of want to play just a little more. So I'm gonna go BRB. I'll see you guys back here in just a bit. Thank you for hanging. Happy Tuesday. Oops, that's the wrong button. Music change. Well, Metroid, if you take off, good luck with your workout, man. Thank you so much for hanging and talking these old games, and I know that you've done a lot of collecting as well, way more than I have too. And yeah, man, thanks for sharing your piece on that. I appreciate that. Yeah, hey, I was enjoying your stream too the other day. When you do those random VH, well, it's not random. I guess you're kind of just finding stuff out of your library and putting it together. Yeah, those old VHS. It was good, man. That was fun. It was crazy how many of those commercials, how many of the commercials I recognized, and then it had me thinking about how many. So something like the WB, Animaniacs comes out, or it's on WB, and this is like also getting picked up by so many like cable and rebroadcast elsewhere too, and it's just interesting to think of it. I don't know, like all the like local commercials that came with some of that stuff too, because you were getting some like station identification and you know, up next Animaniacs and da here on WB blah 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 blah, or you know, that kind of stuff. And it may not have been WB, I can't remember, but you know, it had me thinking of, man, how much of that stuff is archived, still out there, and you know, it's interesting. Yeah, thanks, man. It's good. I appreciate that stuff. Yeah, thanks for doing it. Yeah, exactly. A lot of it'll come on, and it's like I'm watching it through a portal to a past life. It's coming through a little. The hologram is a little faded, but I'm remembering it. You know, it's. All right, guys. I'm gonna go BRB. See you in a bit. Thanks for hanging. Hey, yo, what's up, guys? Happy Tuesday. Time is on the mind. We're hanging out here at the end of time. I love it when the background, you know, fits what I'm doing in the game. Jeez. Sometimes that's planned, sometimes it's a coincidence. Here we are. You know, Lavos can wait a little bit. We're still working the side quests, and yeah, side quests, that equals more game. Down with that. Usually that's a good thing. If the side quests, of course, you know, come on, some of them could be tedious, whatever, right? But you know, usually, right, you hope that those side quests want you to keep playing and not like, God, can I finish this game already? Then again, is it a side quest if you can't finish the game? Or are you just a completionist? Are you the completionist? Do 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 do, ding dong dong do.
So sorry, I died.
Okay, we're gonna make sure I save because I've been forgetting to do that sometimes. We got us a pretty righteous team right now. I kind of like these guys. Although Chrono could use his, I'm gonna put that, yeah, I like the Frenzy Band. I kind of like this team right now. Let's take this team with us to Fiona. Let's do that. Let us go.
Whoa, that's a great fucking record, man.
So we're going to go to the year 600 AD. We're going to help Fiona. I forget her husband's name. We're going to help Fiona and husband. No name husband. Oh no. Sorry, sir. I don't mean to. I'm sure you have a name. Let's see, what is it? Marco! Fiona and Marco. Marco. The monsters in the desert cave hate water, but I can't defeat them by myself. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Water, you say? Well, one of you can get subbed out for, So, yep, if we clear this place of these monsters or whatever, then, basically this forest that's been destroyed by the Great War between Guardia and the Mystics, we'll get that, basically, Robo will dedicate his time and energy, centuries of his time and energy, towards restoring this forest. But first we have to clear out this spot. Oh, yes. Yeah, did you, I'm curious which, oh, thanks, Hubra, yeah. I'm curious, did you play the Game Boy Color version? Or the 64 one, or both? No, thank you, yeah. Those, I first had the Game Boy Color one, and, then was, you know, they have, like, some option, I think, where you can, like, port that character in. Kind of limited, but you could, like, bring them into the 64 version with the transfer pack. And that Game Boy Color game, like, really hits above its pay grade. It's a good game. You know, I don't know why I'm thinking, you know, I don't want to, like, sell it short and say, oh, wow, they really went all out for a golf game, but they really went all out for a golf game. They're cool compliments to each other. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I rented the 64 one a time or two. And it's interesting, like that, if for those who haven't played the Game Boy Color version, it's like it's a bit of a JRPG mixed with a golf game. You have a character that moves around on an overworld and travels to different golf clubs. Think of them as different parts of a map, you know, and talks to people along the way, explores secrets, yeah, finds hidden magic tabs on the ground, or the equivalent in a golf game. There's an experience that changes your swing, your distance, and your accuracy and stuff like that, and challenges. It's a really interesting game, and it's yeah, give it a shot. It's the 64 version is all the golf parts of, which, by the way, like I should say, like it's like, again, it's a JRPG plus a golf game, that the Game Boy Color one, but the golf part is, you know, you get into tournaments, you could play free play, you could do like link up and, you know, play with others and do match, stroke, etc. It was really interesting. Like they went all out for a Game Boy Color golf game, you know. It's got a lot of heart too. The 64 version was all the golf stuff and done really well, and I think with like a lot of extra maybe physics, you know, working with a bunch more power under the hood, so it didn't have all the story stuff. It didn't have the like JRPG aspect really. But it was a super solid golf game. You know, Hot Shots, if you've ever played that, is going to be pretty similar. You know, and that same kind of like popular mechanic with golf games of, you know, like hitting the button once to get the meter up and then, you know, hitting it to your desired whatever and then once catching it on the way back. Same kind of mechanics. It's in a lot of those golf games. But yeah, super fun. They put those two games out, like the Game Boy Color and the 64 one, really close to each other, I think. I don't think there was much time between the releases. Let's drop in. Yeah, totally, yeah. Well, yeah, it was good, yeah. It good to also, like, some of the things, like I was thinking the other day of Link's Awakening DX coming out the same year as Ocarina of Time. And that was, I was already into Zelda. You know, at least I knew of the franchise and had played a little bit, like with my cousin, of the first two Zelda games, and was around it and had heard it was great, and didn't get to play it on the Super NES. So Ocarina of Time was the one that really got me into it. And then bam, you know, they hit you with the remake of Link's Awakening. This one with this, you know, DX, the color version with this, you know, an interesting little dungeon that they threw in there based around color. Oh, I meant to bring Frog in. That's right. It's Luminaire, everybody. It's just, the game is just Luminaire from here on out, guys. Sorry. It could be. Yeah, that's interesting, yeah. It's fun to think about those pairings that they did, or a couple games sort of back to back. Everybody leveling up. This music. It seems appropriate for being stuck in a room with a bunch of quicksand. Shit. We're standing a lot better chance this time than we did last time. I don't even have Frog in. Captain Nemo, how you doing, buddy? Still playing Sidequests, man. We are playing Sidequests. We've, the Rainbow Shell exists. We know where it is, or at least the king was trying to steal it, supposedly. The Chancellor's behind that, and I couldn't remember how you follow that section up. So I decided to go to something that I think, oh, we mostly just need to clear out a bunch of enemies on, something I can just be dumb about, and, you know. Not have to think too much. Little nightcapper. Oh yeah. Trying to stay hydrated, man. It's been a good week. Yeah, thanks for asking. It's kind of strange. Schedule's been getting a bit, you know, mixed around. We thought we were going to see some friends today. We've got some folks who are visiting some relatives in the state, and it's just, of course, there's like they have relatives on both sides, so it was funny because everyone thought we'd see each other today, but it was like we're working it out, and then stuff really started to fall through on their side, and I was just feeling for them because I know it's stressful when you travel. So yeah, I didn't think I'd stream today, but we were able to reschedule and hang out when everybody can, so it's pretty sweet. Yeah. I know, man. It's tough. It can be difficult to travel. You're out of your zone. I thought Ara healed everybody. Well, whatever. Ding dong. I want this lapis. Yeah, how are you, buddy? You gonna take a vacation in June? Nice, man. You thinking about doing some traveling? I'm stuck on Luminaire. One of these days I'll remember to bring Frog in. He's just sitting on the sidelines like back in the end of time. Tapping his foot. Or is he? I don't know. I don't want to. I'm going to bend my brain a little bit too much. Think about the time aspect of it all. Let's get Frog in here. Taking a little trip. And going to Chicago, right? We're talking about the Chicago dust storm. The Great Chicago Dust Storm of 2025. I love the... hearing all the percussion in the background. A little xylophone or a marimba or something. There was apparently a dust storm in Chicago, yeah. This was brought to my attention, I think, by Tintoncito earlier. Crazy stuff, man. Doo-doo.
Open your eyes.
All right, let's fight some more of these guys. Nope, still don't have Frog. Sorry, Frog. That attack is so cool. How can you not want to do it every time? Welcome, Derek. Happy Tuesday.
Wake up, Link.
Yeah, yeah. What does it mean, Captain Nemo? Jeez, dude, it's
It's all about the game.
Okay. Meanwhile, look at where we are in the game. Coincidence? I don't know. Things are getting weird around here.
NANI?
You're two. Grab it. One full ether. I ate this. My partner just got back from the grocery store and she brought back these chocolate oatmeal cookies, and they were chopped into some interesting like little wedge shapes. I'm like, I don't know what that's all about. I don't think that's really necessary. You wouldn't need to come up with all these like new ways of cutting a cookie, you know. Hey, thanks for the sub. I usually don't see the YouTube stuff, but yeah, thanks for that. I just saw that come through. I appreciate that. Over on YouTube. Yeah, thank you. I feel like every time I go to say your name, I'm like, do I say who or Hubra? Hubra. I have to admit, I've been avoiding it every time, every chance. To be totally honest. I fess up.
Oh my god.
We need some, let's see. He needs a big old ether. Well, and frog. Who should take over? Luca's pretty sweet so far. Marl's got... Let's put frog in. Let's put frog in. Frog for Marl. He's got cure 2 as well.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
What's the story behind Marl? Let's see. Marl's backstory. She's so she is the... When you first meet her, she's actually like the first like main NPC or not NPC but playable character that you meet other than Chrono, I believe. Or at least you can see her right there, very close to the beginning of the game. And she ends up joining Chrono, and she's at that point just pretending to be just a regular person at the Millennial Fair. Chrono takes her around, you know, they do some fun stuff. She giggles, they have a great time. Everyone does all this stuff, not realizing that there will be legal repercussions for every action that Chrono takes later. And no, she wants someone to show her around. It starts with like her having lost her pendant, and Chrono like bumps into her, and you know the pendant goes flying, and then he helps her get it and stuff. And then at that point, he doesn't know that she's not letting him know who she really is. And her name is not Marl. It's actually Nadia, Princess Nadia of the Kingdom of Guardia. And she's concealing that. You find that out really early in the game. But okay, let's hit a water. You got a cool water thing here? Maybe after water they're weak to other stuff? I don't know. Mojave. Dual tech, nice. She has appendicitis. Yep. Sadly, they gotta get her. They gotta get her to the back to the castle quickly. Gotta operate. And Chrono ends up in some legal trouble. You know. I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say it gets worse when they operate on her, you know. Doesn't go well. MRSA. And then that kicks off the whole game. It's crazy. Ooh, okay. Everyone's looking okay. He could use a tonic. It's a little something for his stomach.
Dang!
More crawlies. Hexapods. Gets to, yeah. Yeah. Hey. I know, man. Well, it's a very memorable scene. In fact, if you, I encourage you to play this game. I've said too much already, you know. Chrono needs water hardened sand. Defense powers down. Okay. Well, then at that point, we can just blow him up. We're trying to plant a forest. We're down here. This place is a this used to be a spectacular forest. It was sadly destroyed in a war, and we're trying to clear these sand creatures out of here so that they can start the replanting and work towards rehabbing this and getting it to be a forest once again. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. I think maybe that's an exit, the one to the north. I don't remember. Still looking okay. Let's not run out of MP mid-battle. Oop, well, that wasn't really necessary. You can buy these, though, I think. At least you can buy the mids. Really just spoils the mood, doesn't it, Captain Nemo? Appendicitis, what's funny about that?
Dang!
The monsters are creating a desert here. How to slayeth monsters within the earth. It is a very difficult task. I like it, Frog doing this. Chrono's got a good animation as well. Or sprite. No, sorry, I'm bringing everybody down, Captain Nemo. Here's for your own sake, I took a little bit of the real and a little bit of stretching of the truth, so as to obscure spoilers and maybe plant just a seed of confusion. Well, that doesn't sound good at all. Okay, well, we don't want to fight that thing just yet, so let's just, you know, ransack this place first and oh shit. And there's the battle. I wanted to get the one in the center. Okay, whoa. That thing looks... I'm gonna do a water to you. I'm afraid to hit this whole thing. I don't know what the deal with this battle is. Let's see. Did that do any damage at all? Oh, I wish we could steal from this thing. Shoot, not having Ayla might be an L. I don't know what this thing's got. Runs away when the core is lost. Gotta do water to it again, I suppose. Ring ding, ring ding. Look at that, hitting us with the lasers. It's that Tame Impala concert Captain Nemo was talking about. Gotta see that one more again, come on. What's happening? He's got it out for Frog. He's like, I know who's got the water. Here it is. That's me, top row of the Hollywood Bowl. And you, wherever you saw him.
Dang!
We were like, we were up on the very top. It was funny because there were also a lot of people just behind us hanging out as well, like out of their seats. There's kind of like an area you can walk around behind it, like at the very top. And that was interesting. I don't know what we need to do to the old body here. Okay, that hurts. Hurts it? Okay. Keep the water twos coming. Let's go with the confuse. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been a fun stream. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging. Cap Nemo, I think you can do Uncle Buck. Sorry it didn't work, buddy.
Let's get weird.
Oh, Luca might be dead. This is okay. Jeez Louise.
I'm your Uncle Buck.
Thank you. Oh shoot. Be careful. Okay, let me do something real quick. I want to make sure that I can get her revived, like, at the same time here, so... I might have screwed up. I just want to get her back in the game. So... Oh, he had life, didn't he? Okay. And then we'll do a cure too. Thank you! Got it in.
Oh my god.
Look at that. What is that? Hits you with the circles. Okay, somebody just needs... Heal the healer. Oh god. You know what? We're gonna be okay in a second. Let me get another attack in. I don't think this thing is doing, like, other magic is doing much against it. So I think I'll have to use Frog to heal, but I'm gonna get another Water 2 in. We're looking okay. I might have saved it. Yeah, I want to play Chrono Cross. I've only played... I owned it. Like, I bought it several years after it came out, and I did play a little bit of it, but I had something else going, another game going at the time, and I didn't stick with it. I think I also maybe wasn't ready to appreciate the battle system, or at least I didn't do my due diligence. I didn't do my due diligence of looking into it, and, you know, like I would have had I stuck with the game. And I think I could appreciate it now if I played it. So, and I'm really curious story-wise.
On the rock, man.
I'm really curious what happens, you know, because I know that I'm only getting half the story. Okay, I got to get a Water 2 in, I believe. I don't think that the magic attacks were doing anything. Is that like a fire-based thing or a physical thing? Okay. Thank you guys for hanging. Surprised I'm alive. Splitting my mind half between the chat and half... Alright, let's hit you with the water. Half between the game. Usually doesn't work. But I try every time. Alright, defensive power is down. Body's dead. Let's get another confuse in there. Why don't we? Love Chrono's counterattack too. It's so it's awesome. I'm looking okay. I think I'll be able to get this guy down. Let's see. I don't know. He might have something crazy at the end. I'm doing a Water 2 again, and then I'll switch to healing, I think, for... Oh, there it is. Heck yeah. They can, Cap Nemo, yes. The war between Twitch and YouTube. Or crossing platforms, crossing streams. It be settled then. Let us inform Fiona. But first, let us continue to search for treasure, right? Got a muscle ring. Heck yeah.
Oh my god, we're back again.
What does the muscle ring do? Vigor +6. Okay. All right, let's get these guys out of here. And you know what? It'd be a shame to die at this point, wouldn't it? Is there anybody out there on YouTube? Is there anyone on YouTube?
Yeah, we're hearing that this is a big deal.
Is there anyone on YouTube?
Coming to your home in 1995. Only on Nintendo Ultra 64.
I think we can leave now. All right. So let's talk to Fiona. Let me save before I screw that up. When we played on Thursday, I screwed it up. I went to switch off the SNES Mini, and it was one of those things where my hand hadn't even left the console, and I knew I'd made a mistake. Oh no, you didn't save right at the end, did you? Thank you for routing the beasts. Unfortunately, it'll take centuries to revive the forest. I wish I could live long enough to see my wish come true. My husband Marco is finally home. Oh, she's speaking right now. My husband Marco is finally home. I'm so relieved. We saw this earlier, though. Don't worry, I'm home for good. That's funny. I thought I mean, we've already talked to him, but like that scene with her introducing, oh, he's back or whatever, I think I'd even seen. Okay, well, so we have a time issue, right? Sadly, these folks can't live long enough to see the progress, but you know what? We've got ourselves a time machine, so we can just let these folks, we can go way into the future when these folks are dead and gone, and just check, well, first things first. If we just try to go, let's do this. So I forgot one step. We need to talk to them, I think, with a... Dropping the controller. We need to talk to them with a certain character. But if we don't, and we just go forward, I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I mean, I know you've got to talk to them and have a certain character there. Look at it. It looks like the dream wasn't realized. Is there any difference made? I'm curious, is there any difference at this point between, you know, like now that we cleared that part out, I see like a couple of spots of green, but I don't remember. That was probably already there. I'm kind of curious if there was any change at all. But yeah, looks like unfortunately they
video game trauma.
They didn't fulfill their dream. So they need a little help. And to do that, we need to travel in time. So get back in the ship.
Oh!
Thank you guys for hanging. Happy Tuesday. I got to wrap it up in a bit, but this has been fun. All right, so if we put Robo in our party, I think that kicks it off. I don't know. There may be one other thing we got to do, or let's see. Right, exactly. If only we had a creature. We have the means to travel in time, but if only we had a creature to whom, you know, maybe they could sort of automate the whole process, you know, and you know, maybe with like some simple maintenance every now and then, a little oil, which could easily be acquired in 600 AD, and maybe leave a little manual, a parts manual from Melchior or Balthazar, was it? Yeah, and he can just, you know, till the fields, make sure that everything gets planted, and you know, rehab that forest, bring it back to life. Time is nothing to this guy. Thank you for routing the beasts. Unfortunately, it'll take centuries to revive the forest. I wish I could live long enough to see my wish come true. Look who's here. Oh man, it's great.
This is the way.
Where's my Robo stuff?
Can't we just talk to the humans? A little understanding could make things better.
Thanks, Captain Nemo. Absolutely, man. It's been a fun one. Yeah. I know, I like his, like, he's got a lot of great, animations. You can come for me when the job is done. May I stay behind and help Fiona? All right, yeah. You know what? Chrono's got to think about it. I like, he's all like, it's very, very Toriyama here. So look at the pixel art, man. So much expressiveness with so little space. Arms crossed with one of them resting on the other, you know, to rest his chin as he thinks about this. Should we let this robot stay behind for several centuries and hope that it stays around for the next 400 years? So that we can pick it up, swing by in our ship. Did I say all right? I did. Good. Okay. It's rolling.
Can't we just talk to the humans? A little understanding could make things better.
Look at this guy. So he's tilling the fields. He does some fun animations. I think he's got a couple things he'll do. It's like your own little Tamagotchi. What a great track, this one. I don't know if he switches into anything else, or I know that there's something else. I'm remembering a different one, but I don't know if like you see him change between them or something, but... Captain Nemo, that's just the fog of 600 AD. You know, we're shrouded in a mysterious fog.
I don't know why I did the things I did. If I could turn back time.
Look at this guy. He's in no hurry at all.
I told them there's no hurry. I'm just sitting here doing time.
Part of the game. Yeah, that's part of the game. This time period has this kind of fog, this haze over everything. I think just to give it a sort of an old-timey feel. This is a sort of a medieval period for them. There's still knights and, you know, a battle basically, essentially between, like, the magic users and the humans, you know, your monsters versus humans. Except those magic folks are led by a character who's got a lot going on. It's really interesting. don't get to know their motives for a long time, but yeah, it's fun. It's a really fun game. Like the time travel stuff. I first played this in like, you know, 7th or 8th grade, something like that, and it was accessible at that point, you know, as a game that got me thinking about time travel. And yeah, that idea really of course you're reading history, but works of fiction can also just help cement things for you, or really just fire your imagination about ideas of like repercussions of things happening in the past and still, you know, reverberating to today. There's still being repercussions and being things set in motion, and that idea of, you know, just the physics of, you know, the pool game that is the universe, and, you know, one thing bopping into another and sending it flying, and then 400 years later you've got a huge forest. Let's see the payoff. I want to walk in, see if there's anything else like these guys will do. War with the Mystics is over, but the battle to provide the forest is just beginning. It does, yeah. It does a really good blend. Totally. I think a lot of Final Fantasy hits that as well, especially, you know, around this time, and PS1, Super NES, etc. I mean, into the other stuff too. I haven't played I don't have a PS5, so yeah, I'm kind of out of the loop on Final Fantasy stuff now. He's doing something else. Look at him. Seeding or... Yeah. Oh yeah, look, he's got a little pot or something, a little seed bag he's tossing out of. Look at him too, he's got a little bandana situation, he's got his hair back, his Robo, That's great.
Surely you're not happy now, you no longer play the game.
Controller keeps getting hung up on my bottom part of my desk here. Jeez. There's a whole bunch of sirens. A whole bunch of sirens outside. This is awesome. Great ambience. I like, yeah, his little, the little thing he's got on putting his hair back. It's cute. I would do it to this, but these things, if this thing gets, I can only tie it once, and then it basically, you know, after wearing it a few times, I gotta wash it anyway. But it's funny because once I've tied it, it'll never tie well again and not just look like it's been folded 1,000 times. I like that. So cute. I wonder what else we can see. Pop inside and see him again. Yep. What are they doing? Tilling the land at this point? Ooh. Scarecrow? Working as a scarecrow, maybe? This is so cute. Okay, maybe we've seen all his animations. Back to the tractor. Absolutely, and you know, there's a lot of fun things with dialogue, and depending on who you have in your party, little things that really play into the, or you know, increase the replay value. Absolutely, I think that's huge with this game. Captain Nemo. Sirens in the background. Yeah, it's Grand Theft Auto Online around here, man. I just hear aerial vehicles and, you know, rockets fired. I step outside just to ride my BMX around and try to ring the bell to tell people I'm not dangerous. Just out here to do some tricks. And yet they still want to run me over or yeah, to hit me with the rockets. And it's Los Santos. Let's go to the future. I'll wrap this up after we see Robo's good work here. Look at him. Sweating it out. It's a hot one today. A little heat wave. I think we see the progress in just the present here.
I just had to let it go.
Look at that. A whole lot greener, isn't it? And there appears to be a cathedral or something built right there where Fiona's home was. And a beautiful forest around it. It's cool, Captain Nemo. This game's got a lot of heart. I've spoiled some things for you, but it's a great playthrough, and you'll forget some of it anyway. Just because I've been throwing a lot at. Not saying you're an idiot, you know, but it's just been a lot thrown at you. Yeah, exactly, right? You know. Let me just keep talking. I can talk my way out of... I can just make any situation worse.
Can't we talk to the humans?
What is in this thing now? Fiona's Shrine. Okay, let me save. I don't know. I don't want to... I would hope it would all be positive outcomes here, but let's see. This is Fiona's Shrine. Here we give thanks to Fiona and Robo for replanting the forest 400 years ago. The remains of the lofty Robo are enshrined in the inner sanctum. Here's a hat made from a magical bough filled with mystical forest powers. Looks like it got some really good merch for sale here, honestly. Some pretty good stuff. Totally Captain Nemo.
My God!
We don't have the vigil hat, huh? No one's got that? Sidecap was pretty sweet. We've got a couple. Honestly, another one of those would be nice. We've got quite a bit of money at this point. I'll keep this in mind. I can't go shopping right now. Look at, oh my God, look at this. This is the shrine. I forgot this. This is the shrine. What it's become. It's our buddy Robo.
What the fuck?
These penguins.
With the light shining down on him. That's pretty sweet. They're just worshiping this guy restored the forest. Can we get a sir? You know. You know what? Here's the thing. I don't think you want to say too much in this situation. I'm good at blowing it like that, but you know, if I had to say a few words, I would just, you know, really want to thank Robo for his tireless service. I'm curious how long this robot gave all of us, his service, rebuilding this forest. It seems as if at some point in time, maybe his Robo joints have given out, and you know, I don't know how many centuries that took. I'd like to think he made it a while, you know. It'd be terrible if he only made it a couple weekends, and then he, like, you know, there's just like it's sort of like the Voyager 2. You know, the older it gets, we just kept, you know, it's sweet, it's still out there, it's working, but it's losing all these other functionalities, and it's like I don't know how long he lasted for, but you know, clearly he at least did everything he could to get this forest rolling, and 400 years later it's a healthy forest, and he's being worshipped for having restored it. It's pretty sweet. At least praised, or, you know, revered. You could call it what it is. There's a cult built around him, but honestly, look, he rebuilt a forest, and why not build a cult around this golden god? Robo. Thank you for your service, Robo. Amen.
What the hell's going on?
Let's talk to Robo. Well, we have someone who can fix him in our party. Oh, Chrono pulls him down off the pedestal there. I wonder if that all the all the nuns have got to be like, oh my, no, what are you doing? Don't desecrate the holy robot. Restorer of the forest. What have you done? I've dedicated my life to this thing. Systems reactivated. Where am I? Where? Chrono, how nice to see you. For you, it was a quick op, but for me, 400 long years have passed. The effort was worth it. Forest has grown back. Now let us celebrate our 400th year reunion.
Rise from your grave.
Oh, this is when you get that scene. Okay, this is a fun one. I thought that it was coming up. I guess it makes sense being in the forest. After 400 years of experience, I have come to think that Lavos may not be responsible for the gates. Alright, so in this part you get some pretty heavy story. I forgot that this aspect of this scene. Yeah. Thanks, Captain Nemo. Maybe I'll back it up. Thanks, buddy. Or you know, I'll get a little clip rolling after this stream. Thank you, man.
Double rainbow.
So they're talking about the gates that have been appearing, these like portals that have been taking them through time, and they've been trying to figure out what's the source of them. I guess Robo's been thinking about it. He's been sitting around for 400 years with time to process it, and I have come to think that someone or something wanted us to see all this. The different events over time that we have witnessed, it is almost as if some entity wanted to relive its past. Ayla, no. When people die, elders say, see whole life pass by. So this is the part where I believe they're getting at the planet being a possibility that the gates are the planet in its death, creating these wormholes, taking people through these periods are basically the planet reliving its traumatic memories, its most profound memories, seeing that stuff as the planet is dying, you know, because of Lavos. And yeah, this is fun, man. I'd forgotten about this scene.
Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia!
'Tis true that mortals do relive their most profound memories before death claimeth them. Yet those memories most often are sad ones. It's a good game, Cap Nemo. Yep, I thinking things like, if only I had done this, or I shouldn't. Oh wait, this is Robo. Thinking things like, if only I had done this, or I shouldn't have done that, triggers unpleasant old memories. Even Robo's an anxious guy. Will that happen when our time comes? Probably. Who knows? Is there a point in time you'd want to return to, Luca? Nah, not really.
Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia!
If I could turn back time.
Is this how you get to her? Is this how it connects to her side quest? She wakes up after this scene. I'm sorry. Wow. Okay. I knew that. I forgot that these two are connected like that. I'm sorry. Was that something I shouldn't have asked? It's okay. It's just something I don't like to think about too much.
I don't know why I did the things I did.
Lavos playeth an integral role in the fortunes of this entity. Magus. So, who is this entity? I like his, Also, Chrono just looks like he's passed out. He's such a, Chrono is the total, he's just your total knight, you know. This bores me. Looking forward to the next fight. So who is this entity? It is unknown whose memories these are. It may be something beyond our comprehension. Our journey may come to an end when we finally discover the identity of the entity. Yeah, well, maybe you don't get to know until the very end. Shall we turn in for the night? See, Robo, maybe he can turn off the existential dread, you know? Yeah, shall we turn in for the night? Identity. Id. So everyone's passed out. Luca wakes up. Dude, I'm not ready for this. You go straight into this. I did save, I think. Hopefully. I'm like, I saved in between. Too bad we can't wake anybody up. Help, guys. I think I saved after the sandworms. Shit. Okay. She goes here, right? Yeah. Here's a little time gate. Just hanging out. What's going on here?
Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia!
Listen to that music, too, in the background. I'll turn it up for just a second. There's some interesting ambiance.
I can't leave Slippy hanging. Something's wrong with the G diffuser.
That's sick.
NANI?!
Totally. He's playing a lot with the he's getting the tone wheel, the pitch wheel, you know. All right, here we go. All right, let me turn that back down because I think it's going to get loud again. How cool is this? This is the music that even just plays when you're in the warp, huh? This part with the wind. That was so loud.
Dang! Huh.
Did I make it back to that moment?
This is a pen.
6/24/990 AD. Dad promised to go hiking with me, but blew me off again due to his work. I hate science. I loathe it.
What the hell's going on? I mean, what the hell is going on?
Susie?
This scene is crazy.
America's wonderful. This is the voice of your conscience. This is the voice of your conscience. America's wonderful. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. It really makes it.
What is this thing? Tabin says to keep away from it, but it's so dusty. I'll just... Going back to a core memory here. I think you're supposed to type like her mom's name into it, right? Lara? I hope. You gotta do it really quickly here. Dear me, my skirt, I'm stuck. Luca, help.
Honey, what's got into you?
I can't pull it out.
I think it's saying hello.
No, Luca, enter the password. Stop this machine. But I don't know it, Mommy. This is so scary. Shit, where's the machine? Where's the machine? Where is it? She's gonna die. Where's the machine? Shit. No! I only like touched the machine once. Damn.
America's wonderful.
Well, I screwed that up. And Mom got maimed just like she did the original time, or back in the original timeline. 715, 990 AD. If only I knew more about machines, then Mom would still be okay. If only I wish I hadn't heard what the doctor told Dad. Mommy's legs, they're...
Are you ready for this, media?
Dang. Hopefully... I'm going to do a safety save after this, but hopefully I save just before this. I'll give you my legs. They're lightweight and well balanced. Robo, wow. That's so nice of you.
It's okay for macho men to show every emotion available right there, you know, because I've cried 1,000 times, I'm going to cry some more.
I don't think we're going to be able to use your legs, Robo. I'm sorry. You could mount some treads on me instead. This hurts, man. Don't be so sad, Luca. Thanks. You're such a good friend. Friend. I missed the voice earlier. Me, a robot. You called me your friend. This is for you. It's a piece of amber I created using the sap from a tree in my forest. It took 400 years and a lot of pressure to make. I hope you'll find it useful. Robo, you're so sweet. Damn.
Why, God, why?
Okay, I'm gonna save. You let me come here for a few moments of trauma, you know. I'm gonna do a little safety save. I think that this will be the one, huh? Yeah. And I hope I saved just before that. I'd forgotten all that was coming. Man, what a crazy scene. I definitely let that happen the first time through. Yeah, it's a little, I wasn't really sure where to access the machine, you know, so that happens every time. The nerves.
I play all of the Nintendo games.
She blinded me with science. I caught that earlier, but yeah. I could have used that sound effect. All right, here we go. Looks like we saved just before we did the shrine. Okay, then let's try to save her. I gotta wrap this up soon, but come on. We can't leave on that note. Or maybe I should. All right, guys, you gotta come back next time to see if we save Luca's mom. This is the cliffhanger.
I suck at Smash.
All right, well, forgive me, but I'll maybe not put as much into reading the text aloud this time.
I gotta be honest with the community. I gotta be honest, right? I'm gonna be able to come back up next time and kick your ass.
Yeah, you hear that, machine? Okay, here we go. Leave them. I'm sorry, Captain Nemo. I know that's a sore spot for you. A couple sore spots, in fact. Dude, hope you got that checked out, man.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names, and we're about making games.
Man, really pressing. They knew to... Marl knew to ask Luca, you know? I almost imagine the whole game, Marl's been kind of like noticing Luca getting kind of quiet about certain subjects, or, you know, the hints have been there, and she's been wanting a chance to ask.
It's okay for macho men to show every emotion available right there, you know, because I've cried 1,000 times, I'm gonna cry some more.
Thanks, Macho Man. That last scene was hard, man. That was tough.
Oh, Jesus, that was brutal.
She couldn't change the past. Try to go back and save her mom. Looks like she still learned a great lesson out of it, possibly, and maybe got an ultimate weapon. I don't remember what the difference in the scenarios other than mom living. I don't remember if there's any other greater. She lives either way, but not getting maimed. And I don't remember if there's any additional reward besides, you know, preventing that from happening to mom. So, here we go. Let's get back in that portal.
Unbelievable.
I gotta wrap this up soon. My body is it's giving out on me. Unlike Robo, I do need to eat something soon.
Look, there's two options.
I either eat something or pass out. All right, let's try this one more time. Freaking dad wouldn't go hiking. I hate science. I loathe it. Do it, Captain Nemo. I'm gonna try to go for a run tomorrow. I challenge you to do the same. What is this thing? We can talk about it. Tabin says to keep away from it, but it's so dusty. I'll just... Ah, dear me. Oh, God. Stuck in the conveyor belt here. Whoa. No, dude, I stumbled up on I walked on a scene one time where a guy had something in a part of his clothing had gotten... I think it was a shoe or something, but had gotten way stuck into the escalator, and I came up on a scene with some blood, and thankfully he was okay, but that thing was a brutal scene.
Oh, Jesus, that was... was brutal.
All right, here we go. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I was just getting out of a train station. It was at the top of the escalator, and it seemed like... Shit. Come on. I don't know how it is. I don't know mechanically how... Mechanically. Yeah, I don't know, like, what it... Because I'm getting to the machine, and I think you're supposed to type... I don't know. I thought you were supposed to do Lara. That's the name. Yeah. Well, it's funny because... yeah, I just forgot how you do this. I always freak out, too, which, you know, doesn't help. Okay, let's get to that even faster. It's terrible, Cat Nemo. Yeah, it was kind of a... the guy seemed okay, but yeah, it got him pretty good. I don't really know what happened. It just was, yeah. I think Shu or something started to get in, but he like fell on his face and then like, I don't know. Thankfully he was up and talking to someone, but yeah. A bloody mess. Yeah, and you know what? It's weird because I think that I got to a point where it said enter password, but then I started to type what I thought the password was. Let me just look this up, you know? I've beaten this game a few times. I've mostly stayed out of the walkthrough for these side quests and stuff, just because it's kind of fun to piece them out. One clue at a time. Let's see. But this sequence here, I'm just kind of forgetting really like how it's supposed to work. Okay, I think someone said the problem occurs for me. The problem occurs with hitting the A button once too often. I could certainly say that was a factor in that for me as well. When you press A to move the text forward, wait a moment to hear the chime. I wasn't hearing a chime at all. And then you have to like very carefully type out the buttons. Okay, well, I'll crank it up this time. We can do this.
In this game for two.
It's a single player game.
Beating me down. Go.
Do it, dun, 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 dun.
Peggy 12.
I'll get us through these scenes once again. Let's give it one more try. I got it cranked up a little bit so I can hear the chime this time. I'm hoping to hear the chime this time. I want to save Mom. Excuse me. Sorry, everyone. Chrono and Ayla wake up. What are you doing? They're running 2 inches from my face. That's enough there. You pump up the jams. Pump up the volume. So many songs about pumping it up, you know? The pumped up kicks. Once again, here we are. The moment. The moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, is there a scene from this? This would be bad from here. To start up here is terrible, huh? Okay, that's not at all what I want to do. Wow, so you can start from up here? Holy shit. It's... Yeah. Jeez Louise. I'm just not... Yeah. That time I started from that balcony and I think I just threw myself off. Took a long time. Let's start it from down there. I'm not hearing the, like, initial... Like, is there... Let me make sure. Let me oh, shit. It's the other one, huh? I want to go to a... Oh, my God. Streaming late.
Is he dead?
We're gonna get this. We're gonna get it done, folks. 4th time is a charm? Something like that? Okay, when you press the A button to move the text forward, wait a moment to hear the chime. Then very carefully hit the L button, the A button, the R button, and then the A button again. Each time you hit a correct button, you'll hear another chime to indicate you're doing it correctly. I only heard... Okay, well, geez. Okay, let me do it again.
So sorry I died.
I'll do it again. I'm sorry, my friends, but I hurt Luca's mom. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
He blew his mind out in a car. Eventually. Like Robo, you know, it's the persistence that pays out. It's what makes us human. I'm gonna try this one more time, and then after that I should stop. Because I'm very hungry. And it's late. There's a little something human about him, deep inside, huh? Pasta salad tonight. Doing a pasta salad. A little like sort of ziti type pasta, probably with... What does she do in there? She's got like a really good like sort of a vinaigrette that kind of, you know, goes into that. It gets all that stuff tossed around in there. But yeah, usually a couple veggies. Usually some tomatoes, you know. I was describing, you know, we had some breakfast sandwich talk. I don't know if you're around for that, Captain Nemo, but it got good. And I was talking about tomatoes, kind of a newfound love for me. You know, or at least adulthood. Wasn't too into tomatoes as a kid. Although I had some fried green tomatoes that were really good. And sometimes my mom would make these mayo and tomato sandwiches. And those were good. This time I'm not going to go to the balcony. Yeah, I've always liked okra, yeah. Even the boiled okra. There is no... I love game FAQs, and I would just like to say this was a little misleading here. Well, it does say DS. God dang it. I mean, under the DS version, maybe they gave a little ring to start the game, but in this one, I think the first chime is you typing in your button. Thank goodness, Mommy. Luca. Yes. Picture yourself in a boat on a river.
I feel like I've learned something. I'll study machines now. There'll be no more accidents around here.
Dad promised to go hiking with me, but blew me off again. Okay, due to his work. I hate science. I loathe it. So that time we saved Mom. Right? And... Right? That was a fully positive thing, I hope, right? What we did, we totally saved Mom. Yeah. Hey, Juba, welcome. Yeah, they're good. Mayo and tomato sandwiches. It's also like, that's kind of like classic sandwich, right? It's like that's an old one. That's one that, you know, if your old style picnic, your great grandma was eating, might have been eating those. Who knows? Dude. I guess especially for they're pretty. I don't know. Maybe elsewhere too, but still popular in Alabama. Growing up, that's all I can say. That's all I know. Luca, you've got a kind heart. Wait, sorry, Luca, you've got a kind heart. You're always thinking of others. Shing. This is for you. It is a piece of amber I created using the sap from a tree in my forest. Nice.
Peggy 12.
It took 400 years and a lot of pressure to make. I hope you'll find it useful. One green dream. Heck yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
What kind of drugs are we talking about?
Robo, you're so sweet. I know. How thoughtful of Robo. He rehabbed a forest, and then he just had something for Luca after she had to, he basically greets her with this after she had to like relive this traumatic event in her life. And hey, maybe he even knows we reset the game 3 or 4 times. So she watched Mom die over and over again, in another timeline. Who knows? What a game. Welcome, Gigantic.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, well, I think I can save on that, huh? I like that little beep he did at the end, too. Oh, so cute. All right, let's save. We have the positive and negative endings. You know what? I'm gonna leave Zeal in the past. I say bye-bye. Good riddance to the Dark Ages. So many hours ago. Although I left the Super NES on a couple times, yeah. You know what? Goodbye. I'm not in a game all about time. This is one era. We're getting past. We're gonna look past it. Saving over it. That was kind of a sort of a sudden thing, Yeah. You're right. Such amazing part of the game, right? But man, these last couple times I've played, it is funny how on the nose they are about how Zeal, I don't know, just especially when you can play it a second time through and you know that they're in their end days and you see how they talk about everything and the way that there's no idea of the cataclysm, the apocalypse for them that is to come, except for those who are around it, witnessing it all come together. And yeah, the way that they show you, all the ways that they're, as the ones that have magic are, taking advantage of the earthbound ones, enslaving them to build this ocean palace so they can draw even more power. And then, yeah, of course, it's that power that destroys them. It's, and yeah, man, the game really, whoopsie. The game really, like, there's nothing cryptic about the way that the game, they're all quite pompous, and but it's so interesting to watch it, and then, of course, to think about modern parallels and, other periods of time when societies have, been on top of it all, and then It's gone with time. Nothing lasts.
Video game trauma.
On that note, send a text to your mom, you know? Yeah. All right. Let's, I'm gonna do one more save. The heck. Wait, what are we on? There it is. Perfect. All right, so let's call it a night. Is there anyone streaming on Twitch? I gotta stream and run pretty quickly, but we can say hello. Let's see what's up. This music too is what I use to play us out as well. Oh man, hey, Noom is playing right now. Oh cool, let's go join them. They're playing. Noom Music is playing a little Nintendo World Championship. NES edition. I want to see if this is just gonna make sure he's still rolling. While I do that, let's wrap this up, shall we? This has been fun, guys. Thank you. Happy Tuesday. This has been really fun. Yeah, thanks, Huber. Yeah, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you coming through. It was cool talking. And yeah, gigantic. Thank you as well, Captain Nemo. Thanks for keeping us company. Juba, thanks for popping in. And yeah, we had a whole bunch of folks. Who else? Metroid, Hatchling, Kevin, Nick, Tater. Might have missed a couple along the line. Sorry about that, but all right. Let's get out of here, shall we? If you're on Twitch, wait, don't go here. Go to the schedule, man. Hit him with the schedule. If you're on Twitch, stick around, please. We're gonna go hang out and watch some NES World Championships for a bit. Noom is playing here. That'll be fun. Let's do that. Guys, I'm usually here Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I might have a chance to get some bonus streams in. I do plan on being back tomorrow. Today was a bonus stream. Yeah, the schedule's a bit crazy this week, so we'll be back tomorrow doing some Chrono Trigger, and then on Friday, I'm coming back with Mario 64 Shindo Pack version, Japanese Rumble Pack. Pretty sweet. I think, let me show you. I got something for you, actually. Yeah, come through on Friday if you want to see Bowser in the skies. This little guy, second Bowser boss. I think it's going to happen, finally. Bowser battle, you know, whatever. Second Bowser battle. All right, I got to get out of here. I'll play a few sounds and put a couple images up for you. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night. What a game, right? Good night, guys. Thanks again. Stick around. Stick around. We'll get you guys into new music in just a bit. Good night, guys.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Oh!
Listen up, morons! NANI?! I'm a man! I'm 40!
So sorry. So sorry I died.
Peggy 12.
The Parvinator.
I hope you've all enjoyed our program this morning.
So long, Bowser.